Good morning, Roshina.
Mm. Oh, Emily. And what are the rose? Mm.
Mm.
Lotte has been giving me advice on how to keep the rose okay.
Ah,
And this is kind of the only window we have up here.
yeah, I suppose so. I've never been one to grow plants. I suppose I didn't think about it.
Mhm. To be fair, neither had I. Luckily, Lotte is around to explain things.
She's a nice woman.
Hmm. How are you feeling?
It's still a little off, but better than I have been.
Mm. Well, that's good at least. Suppose a lot's going on.
I have heard bits and pieces. There was something. I mean, there must have been something more about the wyverns, given that Rena was by with some of their meat.
Mm. Hopefully it's all okay. They would have done better at this point than to bring anything bad, right?
I would
Mm.
imagine so. I'd assumed so, at least. Mm.
Mm.
Was there someone that got sick from wyvern meat, or was it just from the bear?
Um, just the bear as far as I heard, but I heard maybe one of the wyverns had been affected, they just didn't bring it back.
Got it. Well, I trust Rena to be safe about these things.
Hmm.
But we can get rid of it if you'd like to be sure.
Mm, it should be okay.
How is your singing?
The
Hmm?
oh, um, it's been better, definitely. Uh, felt more like myself. Though, mm, there's some things I still can't quite do. Too many parts.
Well,
Mm. I've
you're
been
still
trying with some other things.
some other things?
Mm. Lotea taught me some drow tunes, or at least it started to. And mm, it's still difficult to consider that, but
Hmm.
we're already away from the Empire, so if they're going to get mad at me for it, they're going to get mad at me for other things first.
Well, We'll just have to do our best to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where it matters what they think.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning, you two.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Lotea.
And how are you both doing?
All right.
You can't complain. I'm better today than I have been.
I'm glad to hear that. I see you've gotten their little stove thing up and running.
Yes.
It's made heating up the water for tea surprisingly fast.
Well, that's always useful.
Indeed. I know Dr. Anders is
Speaking of
supposed to...
which,
Well,
hmm,
we're supposed to be taking on one of them here in exchange for some of the
Really?
supplies. Yes, though
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure
Hmm.
when exactly she'll have put together that.
The
I've
only
been
one I
meaning to
heard
ask
about
you
that was
about that as
interested was
well.
their cook,
Oh,
Margarita.
hmm.
Hmm,
Well, she'd certainly be a pleasure to have around.
indeed.
How was your morning, Latea? Did I ask that? I don't remember.
I don't believe you did ask, but it has been going well. Although, a little surprised that Miko wasn't out to greet me in the morning as I left my house. Perhaps she's out and about early.
Hmm.
She has done it before,
Or perhaps she's sleeping
but
in.
I have brought... That would be very unlike her. But
Fair enough.
it's quite possible. But I have brought tea for the restock as well. And
Wonderful.
a much larger jar, should the jasmine run out faster than normal.
I see.
That's good.
Oh, and I also brought some jasmine soap as well, for those who want
Wonderful.
it. Oh, and I nearly forgot.
Oh?
Hmm?
For you. It's a small little bundle of the tall purple flowers. For you.
Thanks, Lotea.
Of course. They do look beautiful when you put them in your hair.
Well, I keep having to be careful about doing
Hello.
it because of the
Come on in.
eating.
Apologies. The sign said you were
Don't
open,
accidentally eat them.
but
Yes.
the door was closed. I
Ah,
let myself in.
yeah,
That probably
the
wouldn't
heat
be a
gets
good
out.
thing.
That's all. Please come in.
But
Alright, well, I'm
it's
glad
so
I
much easier
closed it
to
on the way
just
in.
eat through the head.
It doesn't matter.
It's
It's open
understandable.
half the day, anyways. It's what we
How's
can
the
do.
rose doing?
How can I help you?
All right, I just
Breakfast would be nice.
Anything in particular?
That's
Keeping
good.
it over by the window.
Mm.
I wish I could remember the tea I had last time. It was very good.
Well, there's 4 different variants, whichever suits your fancy.
I wish I could remember any of the 4.
Well, we have jasmine, we have black tea, we have peppermint, and we have chamomile. All grown by yours truly.
Peppermint sounds nice. A peppermint tea and something to eat. I'll leave that up to you.
Fair
Very
enough.
well.
Mhm.
Do you have any of the water ready, Rashida?
Oh, right here.
Excuse me for a moment. Eyelash. Oh,
Mm.
go ahead.
Here you go, my friend. Peppermint tea.
How much?
I believe that should be
3 for the tea.
2, correct?
Or 2.
Is it 2 or 3?
Yeah, 2 is fine.
2 dollars.
Okay.
Thank you. Enjoy.
Much appreciated.
Of course. There we go. I'm going to go and run by and see if there's any of the new paper
You are?
Oh, of
around
course.
today.
Oh,
See if there's anything in the news. Well,
much appreciated. Oh, there is a whole crowd.
we shall
down
see
by,
it, won't we?
The press.
I will be back shortly.
Is there?
Oh. Oh dear. Hopefully it's good news.
Hard to see. Maclo and the ah, the rabbitkin whose name I've forgotten.
Mm.
How are we enjoying ourselves this morning?
Well, I've been exceptionally tired the last day or so.
Is that so? Are you unwell?
No, I had some traveling to do.
Ah, I see.
Mm,
Well, welcome back.
Much appreciated. Anything interesting happen in my absence, or
In all
has
honesty,
Valis for once had a calm day?
I'm actually rather uninformed. I've been a bit under the weather for a little while, and so I haven't been out and about really much at all. But if Latea comes back and is holding news, perhaps she can tell us what's interesting.
Yes. It looked like half the town was by the press this morning.
Indeed. Good morning, Madam Vixen.
Good morning.
Morning.
I just walked a half-injured draconian man in.
Here.
What?
I've had a big morning. Could I have something to calm my ass down, please?
Latea.
Of course. Sounds like chamomile.
Yeah, probably.
Chamomile would do wonders for that.
Mm.
Was it Maclo?
I hope not.
Oh,
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 I don't believe the morning was just too much for her.
so it would seem.
oh.
Think for a second. I'm back, sorry.
Ah,
I
welcome
saw
back.
Maclo walking into the guardhouse, so...
Ah, there you are, my friend.
Apologies. Let me get out of your way.
Yes, I seem to have lost track a bit in the morning. I seem to have slipped up on routine once again.
You worried Latea desperately.
Well,
She hasn't said a word about anything else.
Thank you, my dear. Very much appreciated.
I am I hope you can find it
Is
within
that
your heart to
entirely
forgive
true?
me.
It's not true at all.
Then
Of
Dragon
course.
Man, huh?
Yeah, he came in from a recent battle nearby.
Oh.
Oh,
Good morning.
Well, I'm glad to see you,
Welcome.
my friend.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good
good
morning.
morning.
Apparently knows
to you
Mac
both.
he's still
Fire.
woke.
Of course.
Good morning.
He had a
To the
dead
usual
something on his
table.
back. Apparently his
And good
brother
morning
knows.
to you as well.
Oh, good morning.
Oh,
I hope you two are doing okay.
I suppose it's just
Can't
the
complain.
times we're in, eh?
Better now back
I think
into
the kind of
what I
times that
used to.
have been for many a moon now, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but things have a tendency to escalate.
We love that here. We really do.
Is that the
Really, is Valis known for
most,
escalation?
up-to-date one?
It is.
Not yet, anyway.
Looks like the primary article in this one is the.
From what I've seen,
What can we
it's
get?
the
What can we
sneakiest
get for you?
town I've come across.
Or
Do
rather,
you have any
the
specials
pink
today?
one.
Not in
If
particular,
it was
but
2 weeks ago,
we have
yes.
generally what we always have.
I don't, but I know where to find an abundance of
I
water.
guess just
and
3 orders of pastries and
pigments out
usual
in the wild.
black
Three
tea
orders
with
of
cream sugar and
pastries?
jasmine tea.
So they
Got it.
found
Sounds
out
good.
who did it then.
Cheers.
Supposedly.
I usually sit outside.
After
Here's what it
the
says.
stabbing, is this?
I am as well. It is.
Would you like company? I wouldn't mind.
If you want, I'm just trying to derail. I'll let somebody snoop around and see what's going on with that
I'm
jerky.
They
glad
say
you
that they
saw
have
that.
found the person who
Some
attacked
coffee,
them,
some
but
tea,
they will
some
not
something.
name
I
the
gotta start my
person.
day off on that foot. That's too heavy.
Doesn't
for
that kind of
safety
defeat the
reasons.
purpose?
You're probably right. But,
Unless they've already done something to
Ah,
take care
you're
of
going
the
to scamper off
matter
to
of the
spy
crime
on
that
our
was
Yeah, please
committed.
come enjoy. I appreciate some
I am
company.
unsure.
I hope so.
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
There she goes.
There's two.
Thank you, darling.
And can I have one as well? Oh, there she goes.
Of course.
sticky doors.
Oh, there is.
Quite a bit, actually.
Oh. Oh. Oh, the sickness.
And the Academy of Infartus is done.
Ah. Oh.
Well, it looks like it's not exactly proven beyond the
Yeah, she's been
What?
pretty busy,
Here
you
last
know,
week.
getting ready to basically,
Understandable.
within the coming
Mm.
week is when she's leaving.
Thank you
but,
so much.
Yes,
Of course.
situating quite the trip,
Could I get
isn't she?
could I get a drink?
Yes, what would you like?
Ooh,
Literally anything is fine.
Let me grab those two
I
teas,
would
and
like
then I'll be
some
back
tea.
to, yes, I'll be back to grab your 2 orders in a moment.
Thank you.
War and devastation is spreading.
Did you see what's limping in just a moment ago?
No, I was dealing with my
And it appears that there might be either some grave misunderstanding or they are deciding to try to
One came in.
say that the squabbling is pointless and they'll have to share emperorship. I have a feeling
I
that
don't
something
think
has
that will
probably
happen.
been. Which probably means that there is somebody
He
that
seemed
has
to know
been-
Mark- it's a new one.
Marklo?
Maclo.
Yeah.
He was looking for Maklo?
that would make sense.
No, he seemed to know him. He called him by name.
Oh. Interesting.
Hmm.
They're at the
Thank
barracks
you,
now.
darling.
That's for.
Well, I'm
Vixen.
sure
That's
they'll
hers.
sort the situation
What would
out.
you like, Madam Mayor?
Wait, is there an empty?
We're waiting
I
for
see.
Rez. He's on his way.
Oh, Raz is supposed to be here. I see.
Yes,
Um,
it's
Yes.
quite different sitting
do
here
you have any
without this
tea right now?
large
Certainly.
visage in front of me, you know.
We have our normal 4 flavors: peppermint, jasmine, chamomile, and I've forgotten the 4.
I want the one you forgot.
And peppermint for me, please.
Peppermint for you.
Oh, I
was
think they're-
very
Good morning,
Maybe
Babs.
they're trying to build a bathhouse. I remember them mentioning this last week.
Black tea.
Hmm.
It's because I'm an idiot.
Could be rather interesting.
Hmm.
Although I
I'm
don't
pretty
think
sure
it would
people would have a
benefit.
use for my soaps.
I don't think it would benefit you very much, though.
White and the black.
It'd be too much water.
Hmm. True. But you could enjoy the company
already
should
cleaned
you
these.
choose to be there.
Alleyway again.
Yeah, so there was yeah, I just saw a rat and I just decided
Black
to
tea for
have
you.
a look,
Black
take
tea
the
for you
initiative and
and
all that.
cream if you take it with it.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Oh, shit.
Oh, right.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, is that what you saw? A rat? Yeah, and I got
Yeah,
your
rat.
tea and
Oh,
your
shit.
biscuits.
Okay,
A rat.
thanks.
And
Oh,
peppermint tea
shit.
for
A
you.
rat.
How are you doing today?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Of course.
Tired still, but better. Still got a lot on my mind with everything coming up.
Oh, I'm sure.
Is there anything else
Have
that
you read the
anyone
newspaper
needs?
yet?
You should get yourself a cup of tea and join us.
That sounds lovely. May I, peppermint if you have any.
Certainly.
Thank you. Now, Rez, I'm guessing you've talked to Vina about the hunting council thing. Will I expect to see you there?
So, I'm sorry, I'm bad with names. Which one's Rena again?
My sister, the other wolfkin.
Right.
huntress.
The huntress.
Well, technically,
And peppermint tea
last
for you.
week I told her that
Thank you.
that the mayor wanted to
course.
gather everyone for a hunting meeting. So yeah. Beyond that, when
If you
there
need to
was,
talk about it, Rashida, you know where to find
beyond
me,
that,
okay?
when that guy caught that giant catfish, I pointed him towards
Yeah.
you. So, yeah.
He didn't do that. He just came and tried to sell it to me. And then ran off.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, we've been able to get some good use out of this tool that the individual brought by earlier in the week.
Yes. It
Never
is
had
quite
much of a
remarkable.
chance to make use of it myself, but they did bring up the fact that they wanted us to bring on somebody from their people as staff here as
Indeed.
repayment for that, yes?
Yes, that and the supplies. They'll be providing us with some ingredients in exchange for some of our currency.
Right. We should have enough of that to make a proper trade. Have they come by with the interested people?
Not at
I
all.
presume that you'll be the one who would be, I guess, interviewing them.
I suppose, though if,
Unless you
as it
require
was stated,
assistance.
there might only be one of them, then I suppose the decision is made.
I'm going to be over at the tea shop for a little bit. I'm going to talk with Amari for a little.
I'm going to take a quick walk.
All right.
I will come find you afterwards. I do have
I
to
will
give
more
you
than
your
likely
tea
be.
this morning after all.
Yes, seeing as we have broken our routine in more than one way already. We need to get things back
Well,
on
if you would
track.
like, you can come right over right now. If you would like to come right now. I'm waiting for Amari anyways.
Well, then I'd have to be chewed out of your home the moment that your esteemed guest arrives.
There was a witness that spoke of the Academy city of Inferdus. They speak of Inferdus in flames and the Peoists wreaking havoc deep within the Empire. A man claiming to have witnessed the Academy burn showed his notebook filled with charcoal sketches depicting a city ablaze. His claims cannot be proven, but the man wept as he tried to convey the devastation. He later succumbed to a deep slumber induced by strong spirits. His lifeless body was later found among the others by the roadside. Calais has become a haven for countless war refugees, but they bring not only their desperate tales, but also sickness and death. The bodies accumulate faster than they can bury them, and the fatigue of digging graves for those who arrived before is overwhelming. Poor Rabbitkin were ruthlessly murdered by unknown assailants just beyond the town's borders. Oh, hell. Bodies are found on the daily of those infected with this plague, so much that the city must take time to burn the bodies. The sickness doesn't continue to spread faster. The beautiful city of Calais is buckling under the weight of the sickness. Pamphlets have shown up to towns proclaiming the ascension of the Duke of Lapis. He is now Emperor Mortis III. However, a second batch of pamphlets have also been sent out heralding the anointment of Princess Daphne, scion and second daughter of the House of Rose, as Empress Daphne.
It is quite worrying that these habits are once again on the move. I don't know.
Reports speak of the entire southern region descending into chaos. The kingdom of Lesiat finds itself besieged from both the south by the Paywests and from the north by the Oracles. Deserters among the Catkin tell harrowing tales of Lamians fighting alongside the Oracles. Two Catkin brothers tell tales of the war spoke sadly and bitterly of the betrayal of the Snakes. They were staunch volitionists and despised Oracles, but languished at having to fight against who they once saw as allies. The second Paywest forces encamp the gates of Helgris, while the city of the Wolfkin still stands. Bathhouse petition. A petition is being posted to gather signatures for the construction of a bathhouse that will not freeze in winter months. As hygiene is very important to stay healthy and sickness is already spreading near the lands, the need for a proper bathhouse is paramount. Please see Mana to sign said petition so that Wolfgang can build the bathhouse to keep us all healthy. Mana will also be making the barracks more comfortable in the meantime. Well, I will certainly not be signing that, I suppose, but I don't mind if they have it. What was it that bothered Roshida so?
Been able to have some mail sent to us beforehand. Basically,
I fear we are
if you see a Bjorn folk, just ask them if they're part of the
I apologize.
the Jorvandre clan.
I'm sure.
Maybe
what we can do
Never
is we can
forgot about
see
the
where
Appreciate
they might be tracked, so that
So
way
you
we know
know,
where the
not all that
migration
cannot pay
routes go.
waste.
If they're travelers,
you do
right?
not have to
They're
worry
not,
about
not
that.
stationary,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, I'm very
Yeah,
So we can probably send it to the nearest
there's-
harvest
Salary
tower.
for that?
And from
What's
there,
that?
they can take it.
Okay, right.
How much do I owe you for that?
Oh, just 2
four
taels.
letters
Even
there.
of the payroll fee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping
was it
that.
Hey,
just 2
Do
days
you have
out?
names?
Thank you.
Names?
Rabbitkin don't like that.
By the
yes,
way,
I have
I guess
names.
I got talked
I know
about
you
because
wanted
of
to
it
have
as
that
well.
talk sometime soon. I have to talk to Lotea about something, but
Anyway.
sometime today I'd be down
like we
to
talked about
I think the
yesterday.
bad news of it.
I am presently on my lonesome, so I'll be
Always
occupied here
something
for a
to
while. If you stop by later, I'm sure that I'll find some
Okay,
time.
here's the four names.
I must
There's
support my
Alright.
sister at the moment.
Magni,
Sorry to cut things short again.
Sigrid,
You as well.
Kara,
You got your jumpsuit.
and Uncle Gerald.
It rather seems inappropriate at this point, given all the things and lack there of conversations, but oh well, we'll make do. Anonymous interview snippet. If you could tell our world anything for understanding of your side of things, what would it be? Anonymous. I personally believe that bringing back the things that have been destroyed, the knowledge that has been snuffed out in the name of predestiny and correct future. I personally believe that it's... Oh?
Good morning, Captain. Seemed to be somebody that was a little unwell feeling. Didn't recognize them. I don't think they're someone who normally lives here. Sylvester was with them. I hope they're alright. I don't suppose Musa thinks is somewhere hiding up here.
Do you
No.
know where they are?
Musa thinks no. He's not been by.
No. That's why I was asking.
I was talking about my sister Rena. Said she found someone in the woods.
Do I know an Esme? I don't believe I
Mm.
And they're
Yes,
unwell.
the last I saw them, that person was right down at the bottom of the stairs leading up to the place.
I'm gonna go check it out.
to be
Thank you.
delivered later today, if you will be around within the next few minutes.
Welcome back,
I'll
Rashida.
have to get back home to retrieve it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well, yes. We'll be in town for at least 2 more days before we go off to deliver it back to the main facility. So, I see. Very well.
Are you alright?
So if you can't
What
find
is
me,
it?
you'll still be able to find me at the tower. Just take it to the tower, and we'll collect
I'm
it.
just sorry. I'm just very.
Nothing to apologize
The
for.
news really has startled me. And then another injured person walks up and.
Indeed.
Hello.
Any letters?
No, I don't have any on me. Do either of you have letters for...
I do, if you'll excuse me.
Harpies?
Yes. Also, do any of you know an
Wait, you didn't know that?
Can you bring me to her? Yes.
before you left?
It'd be very good.
Yes, I could definitely bring you to them. Excuse me
Let me
for a
get
moment.
this letter first. Yes.
Get their letter.
Thank you ever so much.
Name?
It's going to an Alice in the Rose Kingdom.
Very well. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, it's
They were a very nice person, the one who sent it. Yes.
Don't fret.
Yes.
I might actually be misremembering where she is. Oh, fuck.
Folk after all, right? They're made to be strong.
that's what. That's what.
What news is it that troubles you so?
Oh.
It seems like Inverness is suffering the same fate as my city.
Well, we must all alone to our own devices.
Oh, I suppose we have. I barely noticed. I've been so.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're twisting the story.
Apparently, have you read the interview on the front?
Or maybe it's just the same on both sides.
It is
Twisting it how?
propaganda, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's not that surprising.
I suppose.
Less
Surprised that it was published to begin with.
the Inquisition and more the Paywhists
Oh.
causing it.
I suppose some people would like to know, I guess.
Thank you so much. It calmed my nerves.
Of course. We're happy for your patronage. Thank
Tell
you.
everybody that I love them and I miss them and I hope they're having a lovely day.
You have one as well. It has been my experience that... What do you mean?
It's not too far from here.
Lotte asked me to bring bandages for the injured person, but asked me to bring them to Rena, and I
Just another thing.
got scared and I just kind of set them down and ran, and I thought I was over being back in the moment, and I'm not.
That is not something that you need apologize for.
Anointment of Princess Daphne as Empress. Huh?
That's not fair. She didn't.
Well, that's interesting. It says here that there are 2 emperors.
And neither did the injured person.
Yeah, they said that last week.
Roshida.
So I guess it's just developing further.
I suppose so. Yes, a duke and a princess. I wonder how this will be resolved.
And not the first princess.
When we go to the base... Well, when we went, at least.
Second daughter of the house.
It's not that I see things for how they are. It's that I see things for what they mean.
A bit suspicious.
I don't see their boxes of boxes. I see the weapons they carry. I see those horseless devices that they use. We are all marked by our past, and we carry it with us.
Like a child out of wedlock.
There's nothing wrong with admitting that from time to time.
They're trying to hide it out of shame.
Everyone has their limits, and everyone contributes what they can. And you have done a great deal of good for this town.
True. It could be a number of other reasons. She could have run away with some dashing dare-doer, or...
Oh, how adventurous. I see. There's one last section here.
Maybe she's the dashing dare-doer herself, is off on her own adventure.
The kingdom of Lesbian finds itself besieged from both the south and from the north. Why would that?
I just don't know how to stop seeing it.
The kingdom of Lesbian being
Even-
besieged from both ends. Why?
Just for a moment, I want to.
Nomians fighting alongside the oracles. Seems like many stories tied into one.
I want to stop feeling it.
Think of a song.
Second Paris forces against the gates of Helgrove.
Hum it, if only to yourself.
Still stands as it should. Ah, something closer to home. Bathhouse petition. Gather signatures for the construction of a bathhouse that will not freeze in winter months. Oh, yes, that would be lovely. I'm already getting quite chilly these days, and I fear if it gets any worse in the dead of winter, that I might not be ready for it.
Yeah. I don't want to bathe in the river when it's frozen over. I want to wait half a day to see up enough water for a tub.
So it would be important to have something relatively heated. The indoor here is quite nice. All of the candles makes it nice and ambiently warm.
I feel we're gonna need more than that in the winter, though.
Well, perhaps so. Sickness or returning across the land, any for proper bathhouse. Please see. Well, hello there. The sign said petitions that Wolfgang can build the bathhouse.
Yoshida.
Oh, what?
When a song is sad,
That's good to hear.
why is it yet sung?
He's offered to rebuild things for us, but he wanted to rebuild housing first, but I implored him to do the bathhouse first.
Do you have
Make sure everyone remembers that feeling.
I do.
And to help
That
them to
story.
understand.
Place this aside. Ah, wonderful.
And I sold one of their pens, if you would like to use one of those.
Perhaps most of all, slimes are able to reflect things that we want people to understand.
Once before, when I had to sign in at the front. So how does that?
Don't tell
We're
me.
all always going to be marked by our past.
Do make sure you
And that's
sign
okay.
before you wear out whatever makes
You've
that
done
work.
nothing wrong.
This is just so
I promise.
fun. I really enjoy this. Oh, I should sign. I don't want to keep you waiting.
Thank you,
It
Sienna.
runs so smoothly. Where does it? I still wonder where the ink comes from.
If I can help even a small amount, I'm happy to. Always.
From what I can tell, there's like a tiny little ball at the tip of it, and it rolls out. I'm too afraid to take it apart to figure it out more.
I think I can see it right at the end. You see how it rounds out? Here, take a look.
Mm-hmm.
Really,
Yeah.
really close. Oh, and the petition.
Thank you. I suppose we should let the lovely ladies of the cafe clean up.
Oh, yes. I also have to give
We're
them
the only ones in
the
here.
money.
Hi.
Thank you for breakfast.
Of
Here's
course.
the payment.
Thank you for coming, as always.
Thank you.
Oh, and here is the direct for my meal. Should be a
Thank
few
you.
hundreds in there.
Oh, thank you.
No elves, oracles, rabbitkin, beastkin. We are all equals. We are all trying to live our lives. We are all the same. I haven't found any real reason to put a single person in slavery. There is no superstition in the world that should make what it has of people. Let me see. I'll just read this one quickly. My name is Wolfgang. Something on the UN. Meadow carriages. Wanted to be on the peacekeeping mission. Applied as an engineer. Still a soldier. Defend himself. He was attacked. Yeah, I mean, he was stabbed. That is how that goes. I'd love to have. I'm sadly uneducated. So he was stabbed. Keeping the mission. I see. And they're not going to share who it was.
Hi.
Hello.
Can I get some water, please?
Of
Yes,
course.
yes.
Certainly.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. And how are you doing this fine morning?
Oh, excuse me.
I'm doing very well, very well. I get to fulfill my duty a lot. There's a lot of people who I've gotten letters from, and so that means I got a lot of stuff that I can do, and it makes me happy. Yes, yes.
Well, that's fortunate.
I'm sorry about yours, though. I'm really sorry.
It's fine. Nothing you can do about it. Turned letter.
We try our
Undeliverable.
best. We try our best to send it, but unfortunately,
Yes, and
sometimes it happens.
it's fine. It was a stretch if it was going to make it or not anyway. Sent a letter
But at
home.
least it made it back. Maybe you can send it to
I-
someone else who knows them. Yes, yes. Maybe
Well,
they're.
this letter was special for them.
Maybe they've traveled. We need to find where would they go? Yes, yes.
Well, that's the answer. Where would they go?
Okay. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
I'm sorry to bother you, Sienna, for information, but Usually a lot of people pass through. Have you seen Vela this morning?
I don't think so.
She's not one to sleep in, but her door is locked.
I'm not sure. I think
Interesting. See if I can
no.
find something else. Yeah, she's a little quick one. Not very easy to keep up with her. I have my days.
Well,
I do have one letter that you possibly can send. Just thought of this.
Yes.
Has letters to
Thank
Prima.
you again.
enjoy your day. You know what? I get the sneaking suspicion I know what's going on here.
A lot of people are gathered downstairs.
Is that so?
They're treating the injured person on the balcony.
Would you like to go check in on them? We can watch from up here if you want.
That's sort of what I was doing.
Up to you.
Sorry.
Are you alright?
Yes, I'm fine.
Let's be candid, you're not.
Have we?
What?
I'll be fine. Have we cleaned up after the morning rush?
Yes.
Ah, I see.
There are dishes
Sorry I
if you're
wasn't
looking
there to
for
help.
busy hands. But it's not a pressing matter. I would much rather you sit.
Oh, very well. I'll be out on the balcony then.
I should warn you if you better
They
on a
between
plan
the
on
oracles
traveling.
there.
If you plan on traveling on the Eco River,
Thanks.
Follow the
there are many
instructions. We'll have your
segments on
friend
route
right
that
as
aren't
rain in no
safe,
time.
and you might have and it needs to be traveled at dark.
I see. In that case, I can send word back to be wary of traveling along the river, but
Drink.
generally
Thank you.
speaking, my people do not travel very much.
If you wish to speak on it,
Suppose it is not
I am
a
more than happy to.
large
Always.
enough concern to be too worried about.
But I will not force your hand.
Yes,
Right.
I was able to get.
So,
I was able to
how
get some.
emperors
I was
normally
able to secure some trade routes.
do you
So,
vote them in, or
it's not-
Because you.
Sorry.
Apologies.
See, maybe they might need some tea. It is cold outside still.
It sounds like a good plan. Good morning, dear. How can we help you?
Do you know if Vina's here?
Who?
Vina.
Vina? No, she hasn't been in today.
I see.
Everything
There's
all
some
right?
news that I feel that she should be aware of. Unfortunately, not quite as well as you would expect. Things are a little bit difficult out there, as you've heard news.
Is there anything that can be done for
It's
Vina?
even reached... I don't know. But you should know that the finding has reached Sheila. And that the capital was set afire.
Say that again.
Excuse me.
The capital was set afire.
You're certain?
I'm positive. I traveled on the river, and as I was making my way out there, I missed it.
I'm going to help Roshida with these.
Great.
I...
Apologies. Sorry.
I am terribly sorry to be in such grim news. But I thought it'd be prudent that she'd know.
Indeed. If I see her, I'll have her find you immediately.
Thank you.
What's out later? Let's give these
She went-
fine
she
folks
went
over here
through
some
sort of-
space.
I don't remember what it was.
All
Some
right.
Sort of,
Is not the norm.
stupor of sorts.
Oh, fuck me running.
Tieflings, you know how they
I've
are. Kind of.
Apparently,
Very
well.
sort of here. Oh, you're saying that quite enthusiastically.
Don't worry about it.
Yes.
I see. Well, in any case, she talked about mumbling about things that looked tasty.
I saw many bodies on those bikes.
I believe those things were not
Oh.
actually things. But regardless, Darwin himself seems to be quite rough around the edges. But he is quite nice. Has anyone checked on him since last week?
I checked on him a few times, mostly to bother him to get alcohol, but he seems to
Any
be doing
boats
okay.
that I saw tried to leave were being burnt.
I don't think so. He doesn't seem
I
to
do
enjoy
hope
it much.
not.
Children were thrown into the waters.
He didn't seem to take it very well.
Fires.
It's blood wine he gets drunk of, you know.
Okay, right.
Tieflings.
Well, yeah, no, all you do is actually just
The
mix
only ones
blood
of us
with
that
it,
were
and
left
there you
outside
go,
of this
suddenly
were
they can have it.
brutalized and
Well,
tortured
it's
by the
not the
rest of
same.
us.
They
I'm
can
from
fix when they
experience.
do it that way.
No,
There's
I'm
a wine you can
speaking from
actually make
experience.
from blood.
Oh, really?
It's time for the morning.
Hello,
walk.
you two.
Yeah,
no,
I brought some applicants, but I think maybe you should clear some of the people who aren't helping them away from the desk. The
Kingdom of
out here.
Should we be worried
So
about
the
fighting?
kingdom of Lestate is about the northeast. Right, well.
I'm not sure they don't have a right to question him.
Although it is across a large river, we should not be worried. Unless if they flow down the
There
river.
was once rule to some degree. Tribes had respect for one another. Ours, the Wolfkin, had a strong tie.
You may listen if you want, just give them space.
Academy put up
Things
the
have
plan.
changed. Romance as well.
by the snakes.
It's all changed now.
But the language.
The rabbitkin have gotten worse. They were torturing the wolfkin that we had found along our travels.
They've woken is
We
the
tried.
friends.
Couldn't help them.
But why? That makes no sense.
At all one point that you stay alive.
Need for public bathhouse at impairment.
That will not want be
I think Koval's on his way back.
If I could see this article, I'll be going to your left here.
Oh, wait, if you wanna, I'm pretty much done.
Okay.
So, excuse me, folks. Pardon me, doctor coming through. All right.
Thank you kindly.
Don't know the relevance, so.
Thank you. How are we looking?
Fair enough. If you ever need
the bleeding
I
stopped
can give you
somewhat at the very least.
Slowed. Yeah.
Investigo supplies.
Yeah, well, there might not be very much blood left to bleed. So, good news and bad news. Bad news, you're not compatible. Good
What's
news,
the sad face for?
you are.
Then that means that.
I don't have good news from North.
Okay. We're gonna start a transfusion. We're
I
gonna
don't
take
have good
blood from your
news
body
either.
and we're gonna put it into him. Considering
One
the
of those
difference in
days.
size, you're probably not gonna have a lot of. Well, you'll have enough
Here, if
blood
you
to
can do
get
this.
him back.
We could talk afterwards. I gotta get a council
In the
set of
meantime,
hunters, otherwise we won't have food. And we'll have bad news here.
I was sent to kill you.
You ready, Rena?
I need you to understand that.
Better
For the
chance to do
tribe of
that then.
people who hated you.
I can't guarantee any goods coming forward from maybe much longer.
I have the bear snooping. I will do a pass to make sure we have everyone who's interested if you want to open up the shop.
Yeah. I need consent from
I'm gonna
both of you.
make sure we have water and food for him so he doesn't pass out.
Decision should be made
Hopefully it'll be
soon.
quick and we'll talk later. From what I understand, the world's on fire again and we get to watch from my little perch.
Do you need anything?
Sorry, is the cafe open?
I can get you whatever
Are you
you'd
one of
like.
the ones interested from the UN and the hunting council?
So we're doing a blood transfusion. It's a practice of ours. We're gonna be taking blood from him and giving it to him so he can get by, but the one given is gonna probably get lightheaded and not feel so good after. So we need to make sure he has water and something easy to eat, just to keep his strength up.
I'm gonna start gathering
Easy bread or
bread's perfect, actually.
Excuse me.
Okay. I'll get stuff. Because he eats meat. I'll find something.
I don't see anyone up here. Oop, excuse me. After you. Joe establishment.
Thank you.
All right.
I've got hot chocolate packets. I was collecting them because the bear liked them, and a couple others wanted to try. So
If there's anything that
those are loaded with sugar.
or any more,
There, this is perfect. Thank you.
Not really. Thanks, Riley. My other capable assistant.
but I've never actually done that.
Here. All you have to do is help me.
I might not be a medical professional, but I do have Southern hospitality. This is the least I can do.
Put your hands where I tell you to put them, and we'll have this closed in no time.
But
yeah.
There
and there. Hold that closed, okay?
Or maybe I'm not reading it
Ishmael, can
properly,
you
but
relax your left shoulder here?
Academy.
But here's the thing, though.
Yeah,
It might be related
Try and relax.
to this. As the kingdom of
Bit of a local anesthetic
So,
around the area.
I'm just gonna
But it's
scooch
still
past
gonna
you. I
hurt.
hope I'm not bothering you.
The Academy of Infidels.
My body's been numb for a while.
Yeah,
So it seems there's a lot of
So
shifting.
you're not
He
gonna
might be
feel
digging deep
So
in
into
there.
shock. If his body's going numb, the sense of feeling
I
is
feel a little lightheaded.
he might be going
Sorry,
shock
Bennett,
soon.
there's a way to
Don't
in the
finish this
south.
up soon. I'm
We are
trying
the
to get
most
as much
south
blood in him
as
as
it
possible.
goes. So if you're
Calm
really
down.
thinking about
The
the kingdom of
transfusion is
Malaysia,
buying us
think
time
of
So I'm
for.
gonna
the
be
word
Might want to start an
doing
IV bag
hot
later, though.
chocolate.
Get some fluids back
Think of
into the
this
Has a
as
lot
system.
of
the
sugar
river.
in it, and that's gonna help.
So it's about
That's gonna help you
Okay.
up here.
To see what their bodies need.
feel
So it's
better.
across
Protection is
a
good.
large river. So the fact
like
that
this.
they could
Move a
try to
little bit
get
lower.
over here,
Here.
Thank
well,
you,
Here.
Sorcerer.
Yep.
would not make entirely too much sense.
Sure.
Ah.
As the river would be flowing this way.
Let us know how you're feeling, all right? I want to make sure that
So you're saying
you know,
that
if you're not feeling great, if you
Valus
feel
should be
woozy, you
safe
feel weak, say
from
something,
any
all right?
For now.
attacks and stuff like that.
A little bit lower there.
Interesting.
This is the curve,
it does
which means this is
grow
going to be a little bit
worse.
nastier to suture shut.
Definitely.
Thank you for helping.
Conflict happening so near to us does.
Honestly, I wish I had one of Musel's tinctures there.
It's still a few days away.
some
at
red
the least.
flags.
Would help to heal it up faster.
Anytime.
But what about that over there?
Red fish and water.
Any time to save brother from death.
Oh, he'll love this.
Oh, that's a lot of blood. Can you grab that gauze?
Being attacked by it. I don't know, I was just gonna say something.
And you get
I need to be able to see to work. Can you dab it up?
get to have this
Yeah.
chocolate.
That's just water. For you.
Okay, that's the corner. Is that better?
Doc's a good guy.
You are going. Yeah, much better. Thank you.
I'm holding in
You are
there.
going to have one
I
hell of
gather
a
our
scar
hunters-
after this.
Name.
Riley.
Yeah. I always heard he was interested. So.
Last portion
I
here.
heard about you. I never really got to say hi officially.
Here's the thing. I can't tell. I don't think there's any actual organs that have ruptured or anything like that, but I can't tell for certain without getting some imaging on it.
Global, anything else you need?
I mean, judging by the musculature and his ribs are here. It doesn't look like it, given the direction of the strike, down across the ribs. Yeah, it's more than likely it just was probably protected anything, even if it got through the muscle.
One more time if you'd like.
Yeah, probably.
If anything, I'll put
Yeah, I got the last of it here.
Shorter girl. She's got
Maclo,
the rifle in the back.
find some.
The one that doesn't talk,
Work in
right?
time.
Yeah. She said
That's
she's-
sutured, but I'm worried that's going to
I
come
don't know where
apart as
she's
we
at,
move,
though,
so I
but
might want to
we're probably
staple
gonna
it.
start meeting up, but I'll probably have one of your private
Maybe.
explain it to her then.
That's a you call. I
have
can't make
him
that
there.
kind of a call. I can. I will.
This one seems to be just the local news.
Go to the kitchen.
Riley.
Just try and hold still for a minute.
Another morning,
So
right?
Landry keeps fucking around and being useful. And he's not gonna be a
This
private much
last
longer.
part is
See
going
Corporal,
to
you're saying?
hurt a little bit. These little spikes are going to keep the wound closed, more so than the sutures
man.
themselves.
Oh.
The sutures will dissolve
I'll
over
tell you how
time,
useful he is at the
but
hunt, then. Maybe
these
we'll
I'll
keep
have
him.
to remove, or somebody will have to remove for you. Okay? Okay. Here. I'll try and hold his
Oh, good.
shoulder, and it doesn't
Yeah.
shake too much. All right, we're gonna go on 3. Okay?
A little bored of days without a
1,
stabbing goes
2.
back to 0.
I'll keep an eye on that then. Thank you.
You're doing great.
More and more, I wondered if we shouldn't just expect our basement
Put
to
something
be
in his mouth to like kind of bite on.
used as a proper hospital.
Preferably not my arm.
It's getting too cold out otherwise.
Easy, that's the last
Yes.
one. That's the last one.
Yes, we can't keep doing this.
Interesting.
You did great.
I'll try to find Lucifix in a bit, and perhaps I
Well,
can.
Ziamara was the one to treat you for that, so I wouldn't
Let me
know.
see if Anders has her
He did
people
look
for
rather
me.
eager to stab me at the time, though.
If I
You'll have yourself
find
a
you
deal.
later.
How's your day going?
No, we were supposed to split it, remember?
I think I'll be moving around.
You know,
Are we supposed to
we
split
got
it?
half
I mean,
a
I got
red
the bottle.
mushroom.
So you'll be seeing
Fine. Look, I'll have to go back to the base to get it.
Okay, good. Just so long as I get it, okay?
I mean, I thought he was just gonna,
Good morning, Dr. Anders.
Oh, good morning.
And how are you faring today?
Good enough. Seems that another catastrophe is happening on your front doorstep.
So it would seem. I suspect that.
Well, unfortunately.
I may simply dedicate some of my basement space to proper
it's
treatment of
fine.
these things. It's
I
getting
just
too
wouldn't-
cold
I
for
just
us to
wouldn't
continue
like
doing them in the
okay?
outside.
We have a medical tent over there now. Why don't we just take them over there?
A what?
You can see it from over here.
Right, right.
Bonus points for it, though. I'll
Yeah,
get you
you
your
could.
half, don't worry. Anyway, I'm gonna carry on.
What purpose does it serve
It's all-
specifically? My understanding was that it was to investigate some of the things here, but
Part of it, I'm sure we're also keeping medical supplies inside of there because we're careful like that. I know we're also establishing an aid station that's going to be halfway down between the bases, but, you know, that's only so helpful.
that's preferable then.
But I do...
To get them there.
Yes. Ideally, because then we would have some of the facilities that would make it easier to treat people.
Okay.
Good day.
But it looks like 2 of the 3 interviewees are here, because I believe you still need to pick someone to assist you at your shop.
I do indeed. I'm not sure which I'm supposed to be speaking to.
Oh, nope, I'm going to go grab them. Unfortunately, one is currently helping the person who's dying, or injured, whatever they
To have
are.
that talk now?
That's quite alright.
So...
Yeah, probably a smart idea.
I will have to go get
You
them.
gonna tag along as well, Rue, or...
Yeah, I'll tag along as well. Here you go, dear. I accidentally took
Huckleberry.
Yeah, you're occasionally sticky.
Not bad, that's just reading the news.
Morning.
Yes, so... Oh, Sienna, this is Huckleberry. They're one of the people who work at the UN, and I would appreciate it if you took him in for an interview for your wonderful cafe.
Sorry if we were,
Certainly. Shall we go upstairs?
Oh, interview?
Yes.
A lot more welcome to here than I expected.
Remember that
a couple of very
this-
bloody
this
people
room?
coming through. Excuse us.
Yeah, excuse us, please.
And that's why I didn't grab you earlier, Sienna.
Indeed. I'll take Mr. Huckleberry and...
Yes.
Yes.
Of course, lead the way.
Was it?
Revolutionaries? Is that what you're calling them?
That's what I was told.
Yes, wait, I guess I'll make myself here. Thank you for having me, as they say.
Of course. The pleasure is always.
Yes, I'm here to, for the interview for the,
Yes.
I guess for a little, I guess, internship or part-time work around the tavern, I guess, as they say.
Indeed. In exchange for, well, I don't know how much you've been informed. In exchange for supplies and for the use of your portable stove, I've agreed to take someone on here with me at the heart. We have plenty of employees, and I don't deal much with schedules and the like, so... Hello?
Darling Sienna, you may want to check in on your friend. It seems that she overheard something that very much upset her greatly. She's run upstairs, it seems. She said something about the Wolfkin Inquisition.
Yes. I'm terribly
yes,
sorry.
You shouldn't
I'll be back
worry
in a
about
moment.
this. It's on this. It's all right. I'll be here the entire for now. You can just call me whenever.
Yes.
Yes.
You're more than welcome to help yourself to what's behind the counter if you wish.
No, that's perfectly all right. I'll just stay here for a while, I guess.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
You owe me no apologies.
You have an interview to do. I'll be okay. I just need a minute.
I'll stay here. And we can talk if we wish. Or if you wish, rather. And we can be silent if you just like company. And if you would rather that I leave, I'll go. But when I welcomed you into my home, it's because someone once did the same for me. I have never had any expectations that things would always be perfect here. For any of mine that I have taken in. You have done no wrong by me.
They just started talking about torture. The rabbitkin doing it to the wolfkin, and they're no different.
No, they are not. I do not believe that there should be 1/100th of the violence and hatred for one another that there is in the world. My hope for Avalis separate from the rest is to put it away from those things. And I know that's not reasonable, but I'm not really sure how to convince people that these sides that they see aren't as real as they make them out to be. There is no right or wrong here.
No, there's hate or there's choice.
Yes.
And that's what the fight is. But I don't want to believe that people choose to do this, but I also don't want to believe that people were just destined to get hurt for no reason. But so many people are. I didn't do anything, but why is any of this meant to happen? It isn't. But that means other people are...
This is quite the difficulty with it. But I would point out that those, at least who claim to wish for everyone to be able to choose, their goal does not inflict themselves on others. Not so for the oracles. If we are all destined to take the actions that we do, then Why must one apologize for it? It was simply their destiny to commit the wrong. I don't believe in that. I believe we choose. Choose who to be and choose who to keep around us. Choose the things we build and the causes we stand for.
And that's the only thing that makes sense anymore. But it's still terrifying.
Yes, it is. I wish that I had more wisdom to give, but I'm afraid that I am very lacking in this front. I'm woefully uninformed about things, and to be honest, I've spent a lot of time locked away in my tavern.
So did I.
Then let's today decide. This place and the people that work here, that call this place their own. What should it be?
They speak of you as metal sorcerers.
I don't.
What is this?
What do you mean?
If you could make the world, a small portion of it, better, different, what would you do?
I don't know. I don't know how to make it safer. I don't know how to get people to not fight.
Then, much as it has been, this will simply be a place where none are permitted to fight. And if you hold that animosity for the others, you stay outside. We have no real strength, you and I.
It feels as though you can all be slaughtered down.
We're not warriors, neither of us carry swords.
Rebuild all of it back together.
I like to think that I can help people in this town. Even despite that.
Different world. Oh, these are the magics I had heard of.
I think you've done a lot of that good too.
I'm just trying to pass on the kindness you gave me.
Different world.
Me too.
I would be cautious where you speak those words. Some places would think you crazy and immediately execute you on the spot.
But I do mean it, especially lately. I'd rather be lost without you. I should get back to Mr. Huckleberry. But I will always be
Yeah.
here.
From what I can gather, at least, I unfortunately was not able
Hello.
to really
Hello.
meet up
Hello,
with
Sienna.
what
Would you take a
was
seat?
going on.
I remember you had special coffee, correct?
Yes, Slimefolk style.
Despite my appearance.
Yes.
Dr. Asho is also looking for you too, Sienna. She's down on
Dr.
the main
Who's this
balcony.
one?
She's your other interviewee.
Right.
The
okay.
other interview, yeah.
I
She's
was
downstairs.
pulled away by something and still need to talk to Mr. Huckleberry, but I will do that briefly.
I'll go get her. Don't you worry.
Thank you ever so much.
That we are already long lived
Yeah.
when they see us.
Yeah, then.
Good morning, my dear friend.
Good morning. How does this day find?
How are you? Fine. Rather well.
This is good.
I hope for you as well.
Well,
Oh, thank
Your
you.
coffee, whether you'd like
Actually,
it separately or yes.
back at home.
Could you just pour it in there? Just right there. Perfect. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Out early this morning, like I usually am.
That's good.
No worries, my friend. I do have tea
In
for you
addition
whenever
to
you want to
that,
drink.
I'm ever so
That'd be
sorry, Mr.
wonderful.
Huckleberry.
Also, Mana,
Shall we continue
Yes.
our
I
conversation?
saw
then?
in
Yes,
your
we can do
paper
that.
you are putting
Uh,
together
let's-
a list of names
let's-
for the bathhouse, correct?
You know what?
Pardon me for commandeering the table.
It's quite all right.
I would like to add mine to that list.
Just to prevent
Thank you
other.
for keeping me company, though. It was very,
Here's the paper, and
enlightening.
I have one of their pins if you want to
I'm glad.
use it. You just click the top to make it work.
Ah, yes.
Let's go upstairs.
Hopefully, nothing too bad happened.
Just. Well, if you've heard any of the news, you'll probably have. Well, if you've heard the news, you'll have perhaps seen what's going on in the rest of our realm.
Quite a commotion. I definitely believe, and I definitely what's the word? Really, I definitely words escape me right now. But just know that I trying to find that right word. Relate? No. Regardless, you can. Sorry, I'm getting nervous. The interview. But
quite
yes,
all
just
right.
just know that we understand your cause. There we go.
And what causes that?
I mean, I'm sorry, not caught. Oh boy, I'm fumbling. This is
You
already.
sympathize
I
with our
meant,
situation.
There we go. Oh, no.
Apologies.
Sympath.
I'm
That
simply
word
having
is
a little
hard
bit
to
of
say
fun
in
at
your
your
language.
expense.
Sorry. Apologies. My apologies. My audio is still a bit
It's
rusty,
quite
as
all
you can
right.
see. But yes, I guess I am here for the interview.
Yes.
For
You
the,
are one of a few that have expressed some interest in working here under me with. I assume you're interested in the opportunity to engage with the people that come here.
Yes, that is primarily the reason. Yes.
Then why do you think it's easier to do so here rather than wandering around on the street? Many more people come or are out there than come here.
Well, there's always something that I always kept to heart whenever it came to interacting with people, and it's that the best way to a person's heart is through a good hearty meal, as they say. And whenever people are satisfied and content with their bellies, they're more open to conversation and merry talk, as they say. The best way to bond is always through a good meal, as they say. I keep
Yes,
saying
sir.
as they say a lot, but you get the idea.
That's quite all right. You're welcome to speak however you wish. I'm not particularly formal about these things, if I'm being honest with you. I would happily take all of you, but at present, at least, I have quite a few staff members, and it's a little crowded behind the bars when we're open.
That is true. Actually, honestly, if I had to be honest, I do not wish to compete with my fellow colleagues on this. If I had to vouch for somebody you should hire, if it's a competition, of course, then I would vouch Miss Margarita to help you run the place. She is one of our best cooks down at the base, and I believe her cooking would definitely help out around here, as well as for cultural gathering, as they say. Cultural exchange. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for.
Perhaps.
I just wanted to see, I was primarily interested in the role because I thought you guys were more, lacking in staff, I guess. But as you said, it seems that you guys are quite busy.
I believe there are 9 of us presently.
Oh dear, that's a lot of people.
This is split between
Yes.
upstairs and downstairs, of course. Some people come for some and not the others, and it's kind of a mixture. Rena, for example, she helps out from time to time, but mostly she supplies things. But that's neither here nor there. I will certainly keep
Yes,
your name in mind as well.
sorry, go on.
Even though your point stands. Because while I'm happy that people enjoy the food and drink here, it is much for me about the community.
Of course. As is most important, as they say. But honestly, I don't really need to be working around the cafe or the bar, if anything. Any work for me, I just want to try to integrate myself into this place more. If you have any work that you might need expertise from another world, I guess, around here, feel free to give me a call, I guess, as they say. Aside from my job as forging relationships with Altro and all, I do have a lot of free time on my hands, as they say.
Well, fair enough. I'll certainly let you know if I can think of anything.
Thank you. That's most appreciated, as they say.
I'll let you get on with your day. Apparently, I have a couple more people to speak to as well. Time
Yes, I
flies.
believe so. Well, that was rather quick.
I've gotten to know you in the past. I think I have a decent idea of your make.
It was a riveting conversation. Time. Speaking of which,
Indeed.
that's the person I vouch for.
In a cafe when I was younger, so.
Hello, hello.
You have 2 people looking for you.
These 2, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Doctor, I believe I have you next.
Sure, sounds good.
And then I'll see you in a bit.
I'll be back shortly, Margarita.
Also, volunteer?
I could use some.
Please have a seat if you'd like.
Yeah. Also, you can just call me Natalie.
Natalie. I apologize. I don't
Yeah.
actually know if we've been formally
it's nice to-
introduced.
No, actually, I had been hoping to speak with you on some other things, but that's for later.
Other things? We can speak on it after if you wish.
I'm a researcher, that's all.
Alright.
But, yeah.
Well, in any case, I'm Sienna. I own the Crystal Heart. You are here because I am seemingly doing interviews. If I'm going to be candid with you, Dr. Anders is more the one that wants the interviews to happen. I would have spoken to those
okay, I
interested,
see.
certainly, but I'm not particularly formal about these things. I hadn't had employees here for, well, until recently, so.
I understand.
Why are you interested in working here?
Oh, well, she had approached and mentioned that she was interested. I want to help represent my people, Earth, and all that as best I can. And to be honest, I have a little bit of experience working in cafes. When I was younger, I would work at them while I was in school, in between classes, that sort of thing.
Do you have an equivalent concept to cafes directly?
It's similar. Not quite the same as here, but it is similar. You know, serving drinks, that sort of thing.
Yes. I see. What do you find most interesting about the people here?
Well, everything, honestly. I'm a microbiologist, or, well, molecular biologist, technically. So everything about the people here interests me. How you all live, how you all literally live, as well as how your culture works, everything. It's just fascinating to me, really.
I see. And this gives you an opportunity, I suppose, to both integrate more directly
certainly.
and to, well, get a more interpersonal, intimate isn't quite the right word, but I hope you take my meaning.
No, I understand what you mean.
Yes. I should ask, do you have any questions for me? Like I said, we've not spoken much.
I've honestly been here a few times, but I'm not entirely certain who all else works here at the moment. You said you have a few employees.
Yes, there's myself, Roshida, the other slime that frequently is around. Latea helps out. Miko, Zilla, usually those two tend to be towards the evening times. My employees come and go as they wish during the day, so you know, some prefer to work the cafe and others the tavern. Otherwise, Rena provides us with supplies, as do the two rabbit sisters. Vina, who makes a lot of the wines, also will help us behind the bar. And Harry and Sabrina. And I think that's everybody.
Okay.
But I'm honestly not sure.
Okay, I believe I've met a good number of those individuals, but I can't say I've met quite all of them.
It is quite the number.
Well, I suppose that's really the only question I had. I'm just looking to help where I can.
What's your favorite food?
Oh, oh goodness, I guess I haven't really thought about this in a while. I suppose my mother and father had a meal they would make. It was simple, called mitsubi.
Mitsubi.
Yes, mitsubi. It's like rice packed together tightly to form a patty, and you can mix other things with it, different meats, even vegetables if you're into that.
Interesting. I would try to offer it here, but I don't know that we've had any rice in quite some time.
I suppose not up here in the mountains. It would be a bit difficult.
Yes, I guess I don't really... I'm not much about the plants. I tend to make things from them, but I leave the growing up to people like Latte.
No, I understand.
What is a mole... The thing that you do.
A molecular biologist.
Yes.
Well, a biologist is someone who studies living things, both flora and fauna. Sometimes people specialize in one or the other. I am more generalized, but specifically, I'm a molecular biologist, so I look at life at a very, very small scale. A lot of what I work with is incredibly small building blocks of life sort of things. It gives me insight into how different creatures live, how they grow, that sort of thing.
I see.
Hmm.
I'm not going to pretend like I can begin to understand a lot of that, but
I'm doing my best to explain it in a way I assume that you might be able to understand, but
I
it's
understand
definitely
the
a complicated
concepts. I don't
field.
understand I don't understand the why necessarily, but I'm sure that I'll puzzle it out with some time.
Well, the why is a many number of ideas. Being able to understand life at a smaller level can help you understand it at a larger level. You can understand how, well, I'm going to throw in some larger words here. Different DNA chains mixed together, how proteins interact, how different diseases affect your microbiology. Can help you to create cures for such diseases, that sort of thing, and to help people live healthier lives. All sorts of things.
I see. Is this work similar to Musselfink's?
Sort of. As I understand it, he's more of a doctor than a researcher. I'm more of a researcher than a doctor. I know a few things, and I understand at least the human body relatively well, but when it comes to, you know, other things, more complicated matters, surgeries, that sort of thing, someone were to, you know, get a cut, I would know how to treat it properly. Someone's, you know, airways clogged, I know how to do CPR, that sort of thing.
I see. Well, I don't think I have any more questions for you, at least not right now, but I have one more person to speak to, I think, and then I'm sure that I will let you or Dr. Anders or whoever know whenever I've
Miss
had some
Marigold,
time to think about it.
She's lovely.
Yes.
Of course.
Salted meat.
Exactly, but they don't have to with me around because I know how to make meals that don't rely on that.
Thank you
Well,
ever
you're
so
gonna
much.
keep the town fed. You know they're literally having a meeting about that, like, right now.
Like, I cannot leave exactly here. I have an interview in a little bit.
If you'd like to go somewhere
Speaking of
else, you're
which-
more than welcome. We can speak later.
No, I need to interview. I was just talking about how I'm gonna force my teammates to eat properly.
What?
It is but a lost cause.
What would I?
Hmm?
Mm,
Oh.
What would I need to do, by the way,
Let's
to
step
get
aside.
fabrics from your world?
Oh, you wish to know more about the fabrics of our world. I'm not a designer myself.
Hello, how are you today, dear?
I'm alright. Usually my days are just mostly yelling at my own people to eat properly. Yeah.
Is this a problem that they all have for some reason? You seem to struggle with it.
They're soldiers, so they're used to like having the quick meals and everything, but I'm there to provide nutrition. Imagine you have a literal chef every day making like different varied meals that are healthy, and you prefer to eat the salted jerky every day.
Well, the idea here is that in some ways we'll be purchasing some supplies from your world. I suspect you may have identified that a lot of the foods here that we eat are. Well, your foods are quite strange to me. I don't know if ours are quite as strange to you. I get the impression that they're not from when you came and taste tested some various things, but I'm not entirely certain that we have what you would need to do this sort of thing here. Is that a troublesome thing to you?
No, it's alright. I can work with what I have.
I see. Why do you want to work here?
Well, first, it's just that I have experience in cooking and dealing with people. Even if I'm quite shy, but in a professional setting, I am a bit better at that. And two, I just think it's better for me to try and get more involved. I'm not as involved with stuff as my other people. I mostly just quiet and keep to myself, so.
I see. So you're looking for a way to be more a part of the community.
Yeah.
I see. What's your favorite food?
Well, is that something that you would not know, but it's called feijoada.
Feijoada.
Mm.
Someone is peeking up here. I'm going to make sure they don't need me for anything. Perhaps the building's on fire. I'll be right back.
Wonderful. And I guess I expect how are we gonna work on this?
Well, whoever it is, they've gone. That's quite alright. Apologies. Feijoada. What is this?
It's basically just a meal that is usually for a large amount of people, using a lot of pork. If you guys have pork here, I'm not sure. I could not tell. You guys have pork, right? With what we call black beans, black Brazilian beans. It's usually served with rice, some veggies, even orange slices to break the fat. It's really tasty.
Orange slices.
And my favorite dessert is brigadeiros.
Is what?
Brigadeiros. I gave some of them to the rest of the cafe, but I'm not sure if you were there.
I've been rather ill the last few weeks, so I haven't been out and about nearly as much as I otherwise would have been.
It's alright. It's basically just like little chocolate treats that are really good to eat.
I see.
They're easy to make too. Even my little siblings knew how to make it.
I don't know anything about making chocolates.
Making chocolate from scratch is a quite tedious job and very delicate, but after that you can just make anything you want.
I suppose so.
My country used to be the one of the best exporters of chocolate.
Where are you from?
Maybe a bit. I'm from Brazil.
I see.
I hope that's not an issue.
I don't hold any ill will towards you for the actions of those that came before from your country.
I know.
Though I
I
will.
don't like what happened either.
Yeah. I'll be candid with you.
But I do want.
I was here.
Sure, go ahead.
I've been in this town for 3 or 4 years now. As I said, I don't intend to hold it against you. You have been very kind in all that I've seen of you. And you care about others. But if that factors into your decision to want to work here, I wanted to at least make you aware.
I know. It's a complicated situation. I don't like what my country did, but... And I don't want you thinking that I'm trying to give them excuses of what they did right now, but I want to just give some context to what my country is.
Certainly.
We are what is considered back in our world a third-rate country. Basically, we're very poor. We never got any contact with any type of situations like this without we were under attack. My country is very spiritual in that way, that we have many entities and religions that are quite like that. We don't have as much resources as other countries. We don't have as many power as many other countries. So when a strange thing happens and we think we're under attack, sadly our first instinct is to protect ourselves. But I assure you that if it was any other country, it would have been the same thing. Imagine you live your whole life with just one type of like just slimes all around you. And it's quite peaceful. And around you there's always murders, people stealing from each other. You're not sure if your country's gonna survive. One day a strange portal, something that never happens in a world that magic doesn't exist, opens. An area that is only civilians, and civilians that are only students at that. It was not a good decision. I'm not defending it at all. But it was a moment of weakness and pure fear, not of hatred towards any of you.
I don't know that I know enough about your world and its rules to understand this sort of thing. From speaking to Dr. Anders, none of your United Nation, this is what is strange, is the term seems to belie the truth of it, which is you don't seem very united. But
if you want to be completely honest, no. But we try a lot.
Does your world face the wars like we have here?
Yes. We face a lot of wars. It's difficult to understand one another. We also have a lot of history, backgrounds with each other, colonization. Even if you're like one race, just small differences can make countries hate each other sometimes. But a lot of us are trying to fight for us to be united and not hate each other. But sadly, sometimes the decision of few can affect the life of everyone else.
Yes, it can. But perhaps the actions of but a single woman can affect those around her and get them healthy meals.
At least they try.
Well, if they insist upon eating cereal all the time, simply get rid of the cereal.
Yeah. Even if I have to be a nagging mother, I will make them eat.
Well, I've certainly enjoyed this conversation. I suspect I shall let you go here and get about with your day, and I have a couple of errands that I need to run as well. And the day escapes me yet again. But I don't know if I do. I suspect that I need to talk to Dr. Anders about the. I'll find her at some point, but if I don't see you, then at some point in the next few days, I'm sure you'll hear what'll be happening.
Sure, I'll be
Hmm.
around. At least I'll try to be around.
Of course.
I have to uncover serial and implant rations trafficking, apparently.
I see.
Oh, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
Thank you ever so
It was
much.
a lovely conversation. Thank you.
It was.
How did your interview go?
Oh, well, probably good or bad. I'm not really expecting much. There are quite more capable candidates than me around here, and I think I gave it my best shot. I think. Is that a saying here?
I suppose close enough.
Guys, I feel like the round of interviews
nice
is
to meet
over.
you.
Probably someplace that is not on a staircase then.
Anyways, it does seem that the bar is a bit,
Yeah, we already got to have that
quiet.
entire conversation. Apparently, you know, Wolfgang is a daddy because he has Riz.
Usually
Yeah,
they're hustling with people
that's
around here.
fuck. Who are you looking for?
Yeah.
That's exactly
People
what
I was
I
talking
kinda
to
gathered.
because my throat started hurting really badly and nobody could hear me talking.
Oh no.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm not sure who you were talking to.
Yes, and you were looking for anyone in particular?
Oh, they look good, don't they?
They're very blue.
Fashionable, right? Yeah.
Definitely.
The fashionable, yes.
Back in my world, that's what the kids call drip.
Drip.
Drip?
Drip?
Why
Wait,
on
is
earth would
dripping
they call
good
it that?
on Earth?
Why is it called drip?
Well,
Like,
it's.
Is
well,
that,
oh dear.
They don't.
I'm
No,
doing just fine. I'm having a quiet morning.
They don't have
It's a
slimes.
saying.
Oh, you're going up there?
Yes, no, it's a
Right.
saying in our world, which
Would
means
that make us very
you got
fashionable?
style in your.
Probably.
Well, you.
Yeah,
Probably
we
if you
have
if you ever
drip. We're
came
the
to our
drip
world,
crew.
people would.
Yeah, we're the drip crew.
Honestly,
bit of
you'd all
cultural
be the
exchange.
talk of the
I
town.
wonder.
Oh yes, I was just saying that they'd be the talk of the town if they ever
Hmm?
went to our world.
The structures are rather
Quite fashionable
fine,
folk,
but
yes.
it might be possible.
Drip.
Hmm.
It sounds
Oh,
so
it's like
negative.
icy.
but
I think I might
You're sure
pick
it's
up what
something
you are
positive.
putting down
That's
right now.
adorable.
Yeah,
Perhaps
drip,
with some
yes, of
practice.
course. A lot of
Great.
people use it in our world. Like,
What color
if
is it?
if they see you in
It's
like
to
something,
mean
if
they're
you
fashionable.
How did the interviews
pretty
go?
much,
Sienna?
well, you know, yeah,
Pleasantly.
it means that you have a really nice set of clothes, as they say.
Excellent.
Is that right, Mr.
That's
McLean?
good.
You're the one with the
Oh.
child here.
You
Somehow, some way.
By
I'm
the
gonna
way,
need to get
the
out of
thing that you wanted to talk about,
dripping with style,
Um,
I think is the
you know
whole
what?
thing.
Dripping
well,
with
apparently
got
it's
one
more
of these
pressing
days.
than I
So much
realized because
style,
Taylor was
apparently
trying
it's
to ask me
literally
about that when we were
like,
having a
dripping
conversation,
off
and I
of
was
you.
like,
It's
oh
a
yeah, I haven't
metaphor.
talked to her. And she's like, I'll let
And
her
then,
tell
you
you.
know,
Oh.
as the younger
Let's
generations do,
Let's
they
go
sort
chat.
of shorten it
I
down.
feel it in my bones.
Mhm.
I'm going to be up there with blankets and pillows, and it's going to be amazing.
You want me to close the door?
Yes, please. Sit if you'd like. Well, the first thing, as a matter of practicality, is that I had spoken, 2 weeks ago now? I believe.
I believe it was 2 weeks ago.
With, Dr. Anders.
Oh, I thought you were talking about our little thing. Okay.
What?
Our little conversation that I had to cut short down in the tavern like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, outside.
Mm-hmm.
No, yeah, before that. I had spoken with Dr. Anders some weeks ago. The censure is a problem, as is Paris's petition, which seemingly is
absolutely.
no longer a petition.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to it.
Indeed. Can I ask your take on this? Well, okay. As to what I spoke with Dr. Anders about, I mentioned to her the Imperial censure and asked her thoughts on it. We'll get to what else we spoke about, but she assured me that one thing that she could guarantee is that if things did get bad here this winter, that the UN has no intention of letting anyone starve. It seems as though they may be willing to provide some... Indeed. That I mention as a matter of practicality. The other item is one of more controversial nature. I have discussed with multiple individuals. Frankly, we are amongst many enemies, and all of them have decided that they don't like us.
Indeed.
Now, I don't know where the rabbit folk stand, as a rule, but well, the Empire seems to think that they have some interest in us, that we have failed. We have failed to live up to their expectations, and so they have cut us off. And being... well, the continent being what it is, doesn't mean much in terms of any support or subsistence for the town.
And the thing about the cutoff is that they're cutting off the entire canton, not just our town.
Indeed. So our allegiance to the canton itself is of no value.
Oh, was that a question? I thought you were
No.
just taking
I'll be candid. I am low on ideas and options. I do not intend to abandon this town, as I've made it my home, unless I must absolutely do so. There are people that rely on me. To that end, I had hoped to begin more formal discussions about what it might look like for us to engage more directly with the other world.
And you're asking my take on that, since
I'm asking your take on being independent from the Empire, the cantons, and the rest.
Well, my take on that is that I've seen us as that as soon as the last mayor died.
One of the difficulties in this is obviously we have no way of defending ourselves. But the trouble is, we're in the same predicament now. Varys is certainly dedicated, but he's not going to do anything even against a squad of 30. However, we are at risk of the considerations were the Empire to send inquisitors or Rabbitkin to arrive and decide that we are Empire loyalists by the same token.
I'm glad to see that you're... I thought you were about to pitch the whole paywiness thing to me, and I'm glad you're on the same page as me. I do not like are standing with either side currently?
I believe that the issue is much more complicated than there being a right and a wrong side. And I believe
Exactly.
that in many ways it is important that, well, to me it is important that I keep me and mine safe.
Mm-hmm. That's my stance too. My stance is to prioritize this region rather than our standing with religious fanatics versus religious fanatics, essentially.
Yes. It's possible that one side or the other will see us as will take a more friendly approach, and realistically we will have few options if things get heated.
Mm-hmm.
To that end, it's... well, let's be candid. I'm proposing that we take a very strong stance against the Empire. They, assuming that they seem to think that we are a part of them, which be that what it will, well, it's heresy.
Yeah, I guess so. Like, frankly, they probably see us mingling with the other world as heresy in and of itself.
And this is a concern that I share, which is, I'm not sure we're not already screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I think that in our current situation, we are being largely ignored by anyone. I have inquired.
Indeed we are. Like, even the bandits are focused on the more active regions right now.
I have inquired, and the UN will not intervene to defend should anything come here, except for their own.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is not surprising, but is unfortunate. However, it's possible that a larger conversation could be had. I'm uncertain whether this is still, in any way, a meaningful conversation to be having, but I intend to keep pursuing it quietly, at least for a while.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I wanted you to know because, well, in part, because I am making some decisions that are risky.
Mm.
And that might mean that those in a position of responsibility
Mm-hmm.
may need to, should the winds change, look unfavorably upon me. I would not blame you or Varys for this. Indeed, I have suggested that he stay on the side of the Empire, such as it is.
I think that's probably for the best, honestly, for him, but frankly, I've never been on the side of the Empire my entire life.
And yet, if those who come to the town ask questions about who it is that drives the speech against them,
Mm. Mm.
I do not intend to engage others in risks when I can shoulder that burden. I don't know what I'm doing, to be candid
I don't
with
like
you.
that. I don't like that. That's one thing that I do have an issue with.
Go on.
You are free to lean on me in this endeavor.
Should what I am doing fail, the town will need others to support them still. Many overvalue what I provide here. The town will survive without me if that were to happen. I don't intend to let it. But perhaps I am wrong and destiny does control all. Or perhaps I'll simply trip down the stairs. I recognize the absurdity of this, that it would not be particularly troublesome for me to trip down the stairs. I would be fine. But
No, I get what you're saying. And my only response I have to say to that is destiny doesn't exist, the future doesn't exist, and Paywanism is stupid.
where do you think the populace sits?
The populace of the town?
Of the town.
Or the populace of the... okay, the populace of the town. Previously, I would have said a lot of people probably would... if it were the town beforehand, I would have said that they would lie with the Empire. If it were the town after the Battle of the Blood Moon, I would say a lot of people would share a very similar sentiment to you. But with all these new people in the populace, I'd say it's probably an even split in all three ways, honestly. Because I don't know if you saw that petition before it got torn down, but it was about half of the town.
Do you know who had signed?
I can't remember all the names off of my head, but I know it seems somebody was trying to convince the UN visitors to also sign up, because I saw a couple of UN signatures on there. And then I remember a few, like obviously Varus, and I saw Rena on there, but from my understanding, I think she was kind of hesitant about it. And I'm pretty sure I also saw Miko on there.
Truly. Truly.
Which kind of stood out to me, because she doesn't feel like the type who would want an oracle to be here.
No, I wouldn't have imagined so. But then she is new as things go. It does take some time. I suspect that Latea is amongst those that did not sign.
Indeed.
Roshida won't have. None of the rabbits, presumably.
I can tell you right now, the one who tore down the thing was Koyuki. She was like, I was like, what's your opinion on that? And
That
she's like,
sounds
oh,
about
that's
right.
still there. Tears it down right in front of me and just kind of,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She is a darling sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
We are troubled then with a predicament.
Mm.
The town is split in half.
It was quite literally like split down the middle, yes.
While, unfortunately, the reality is, Kazaleg was killed. Someone did that. And we haven't had many faces leave the town of late, which means it's probably someone still here.
No, we have not. Indeed.
However, in my estimation, it is the rabbitkins who are most frequently disserved here.
Yeah. I honestly don't have an issue with them. The only one that I take personal issue with, and this isn't even really a personal thing, but just an annoyance thing, is Honor has been causing too many issues in her mischief. And trying to play it off like she didn't do anything, but that doesn't make her a bad person in my eyes. It's just annoying.
Is she the one with her hair pulled back?
She's the one that's a little bit shorter than me. Yeah.
Yeah, the middling height one.
Mhm. Mhm.
Got it. I intend to speak to some of them and figure out, if I can, where they stand relative to ongoing events.
Mhm.
Obviously, the news is troubling for many.
Mhm.
Was Laurie's name
Even
on the petition?
I think it was, but I am not sure from the way that I have seen her. I think I don't know, the way that she's threaded with me at least. She seems to just be interested in interviewing both sides of any conflict. So I can't tell what her motivations might have been behind that, if it was an interview or something else.
I see. Well, go.
I just don't think it's wise, even regardless of my personal opinions. I don't think that she should be here to begin with, but if an orca were to come, regardless of my opinion, that would spell nothing but trouble for the town.
Yes. In that we are agreed, certainly. Before I wander too far from it, you had mentioned that Latea wanted to speak to you about things, assuming that I had spoken to you. Do you have things that we should talk
Yeah.
about to enable that conversation other than what has been discussed here?
No, because I don't know what she wanted to talk to me about, is the
Fair
thing.
enough.
So, not really.
All right. Well, in that case, I suspect I should let you get about that, and I will try to track down some of those others that I might.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
There we go. Mm.
there is a green tent over there that the
Yes,
UN
I
has set
saw
up.
that. Yes.
It is a medical tent.
That's what,
And instead of
Oh, is
treating
that what that
everyone,
is?
apparently. And so we should probably send people there rather than just treating them out on the balcony. I don't mind. I'm happy to provide my balcony,
Yeah, I
but
didn't
if they
know
have
what that
better
was,
supplies
so
and
I
the
didn't know
like.
to bring them over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Anyways.
I remember them asking if I do something about setting up some kind of medical thing, but they didn't tell me they were actually going to do it.
Yeah, they had been speaking on it a little. Yeah, so apparently that they had done so. And
Okay, thank you for telling me that. That
Yes.
makes so much more sense.
And this likely goes without saying, but if there are those that continue to find themselves injured late at night or without housing or the like, I can make bedding available in the inn.
By the way, thanks for doing that for Koyuki the other week. When she did her thing, you know,
It's
so.
quite all right. I would rather that people have a safe place to sleep than be out in the cold.
But like you don't even know. You've never had like a DNA test done or anything like that.
There's a little catkin, man.
DNA.
Oh shit, they don't know what that is. That's right. Do they have that?
Do they have it? Yes. Do they know what it is? No. Do they have any of the technology necessary to test for it? Absolutely not.
Yeah, he would be something like
Okay. Hi, how are you? Are you two like related then?
Yeah.
So,
By
all means, the
where we come from,
Well, Sienna Queen, that's as close as you can get.
Ostensibly, it's the same queen, but like not really certain. And like if you did figure out it was the same queen, things would
It's
get really
certainly
weird.
Why would it get weird?
Well, she was just saying that like if you two came from like different queens, like you would Like you'd need to like keep some space and stuff.
Yes, slimes tend to be antisocial with others.
And they never use it. It's just there and they sit there.
But like, but especially so from like the same queen.
Because you just kind of walked up and then
No, it's okay from the same queen.
Different queen. My bad.
We are certainly. I suppose this is the thing. It doesn't map to the, ways that all of the other races have relatives. I suppose.
Yeah, I could figure because she was saying like a slime queen, so I'm assuming there's like some sort of like brood mother situation going on or whatever. Like like a beehive thing. Yeah.
We come from the same queen.
Speaking of what?
But are you sure that?
I told you about my
by the lake.
Reasonably.
So it's not like 100% certain. It's just kind of like, well, probably.
You know your mother when she is there, yes? You can determine that she is, in fact.
Well, like, so I didn't know my mom. She died before, like, I was, like, really, like, grown up. So I just knew my stepmom. And, like, I never really knew about any of, like, my siblings from my mom's side. So it could very well be the case that, like, they're just kind of floating around there. I don't know.
It would be sort of like
We don't
calling
really have
comedy
that.
and then having the chair on the stage that you know.
But you do maybe have the same slime queen spawn.
I am reasonably confident, at least as much as I can be, that yes.
Yeah. For now, let's
But like, assume you didn't. Like, what would you do? I already asked her. Like, what would you do?
Generally speaking, I probably wouldn't have hired her. That's actually not
Damn,
true.
that's
I
like
probably
fucked
wouldn't.
up.
I probably would hire her. Roshida lives here as well.
I mean, like, you're
That's
just kind of
likely
like
wouldn't
saying
be.
that after the fact, though, of like.
I said it
us having
before
this
you drew
conversation.
an opposition to it. But I haven't
Well,
hired
I
the
mean,
other
like,
slime that's in
I
town.
don't really care. Well, oh wait, are you both related? Well, I don't know if you two are related because it's not confirmed. But are you two like related to the third slime in town, the writer? Is there a fourth one?
Yeah.
Is there a fourth one? I saw
I
one that
don't
was like
think
purple,
so.
a
Not
different
that I know
purple
of.
one. Oh, did she like change colors then? Holy shit!
We can.
Oh, yes.
At least to some extent.
Not much one for talking, actually.
Some are better than others at it.
Oh, okay. So I'm assuming she's from a different spawn queen then. So, or slime queen. So
I tend to do a lot more
do you all just like not talk to her then because she's like from a different slime queen?
It is unlikely that we would become close friends. It is not that we don't speak to her. Were she here, she could certainly be a part of this conversation.
Well.
Okay.
We just usually
But
keep our distance and keep things.
I feel like
civil.
we're kind of dancing around the issue of the fact that you just said that you would if you don't know for certain if that you two are from the same slime queen, and that you would have like really difficult like you'd have a hard time talking with each other if you knew for certain that you weren't.
I'm
It's not even. It's an instinctive
The
thing.
fact that we're not repelled by each other is, yes, the instinct isn't there, so that's why it's fine.
But what if the instinct is like failing you?
I doubt it. But no one asked.
I saw this like
Don't
one
think that's ever
documentary once
happened.
about like penguins, and like the penguins like so a penguin is like this like big flightless bird, right? And it lives in the cold. But that's all you need to know. Anyways, so like it lives in the cold, right? And like sometimes penguins will just like walk off, and like to certain death
You look like you're
for no reason.
original sheet.
Like, kind of like against like anything that'd be considered instinctual.
In a sec. How can I help you, dear?
And like we don't know it, like, because we observe them all the
I
time.
just know that
why
you're
they do
usually
it.
the man who's
So like
got
instincts
booze,
like
and I
aren't
don't
right
think
all the
they're serving
time.
booze yet. And
So like,
Yeah, you know, the wonders of
what
being
if like you
But
just
I'll
you know
find you later.
your instincts are just wrong this time?
so much that you can.
You wouldn't even know.
Move it a spit. Give me a second.
I suppose that yes, were I to not know that I was wrong, I would in fact not know that I was wrong. And the same goes for Rashida, I'm sure.
Here you go.
Mm-hmm.
High percentage.
Yes.
Keeps me sane.
Thanks.
If you're ready, Jack.
Go for it.
Yeah.
I am actually going to chase down Kotai.
Rather.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, dear. You'll get used to it.
If it is wrong, I'm glad it's wrong.
Strong.
Excuse me.
Oh, Dr. Andrews said that if you were done and you wanted to choose, you can tell them yourself, or you can tell Dr. Andrews, and Dr. Andrews will tell
Thank
them.
you.
Yes, I figured there was a chance that I might see them around otherwise.
Of course.
Here we are.
Greetings.
I'm sure that I'll find her soon.
What time does the bar open?
Now, if you want.
Oh, thank fucking God. Do you think you can open the bar for me? I haven't had a drink in like a while.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you still have like a payment scheme with the UN? I'm here on like the retainer.
Ladies first.
Keep in mind.
We're actually going in there.
Oh, thanks,
feel
thanks,
free to
buddy.
use that when standing
Always the
around a
way.
woman who crosses your
Thank
path.
you.
Let me get out of the way for
Should I leave this door open? What's like the etiquette here?
Sure, we can leave it open, that's fine. Let me get the sign as well.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I will open for you to get a drink, and then I will go and have my errands as best I can. I need to stop doing this to myself. What would you like?
I don't know. What do you have? I don't know. I wasn't able to come down here last time.
We have mead, ale, beer, wine, spiced wine that is made by Vina. It's quite popular.
No,
and
I
it's strong.
wanna. I was like flirting with her the other day, and I feel like it's going somewhere. So like, I'm gonna save that for later. I'll do the mead.
The mead. All right.
What?
Huh?
You laughed.
Oops. What you and Vina choose to enjoy over wine is your own business.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hope so. That'd be nice. I mean, I can't say for certain it's gonna happen, but
I do not know Vina personally well enough to make any determinations on that front.
I
But-
mean, isn't she like a regular here? Doesn't she work here or
She
something?
works here. Yes, but I have many employees. I don't know all of their personal lives intimately. I'm afraid many of them are relatively new.
So do you just like, are you just like a workaholic?
I was alone here for a long time, and I got used to being caught up in the swing of things.
By the swing of things, do you mean like the invasion and shit?
No, but I was here for that.
Oh, okay. So like, this is like me asking as a reporter then, do you feel like you have like a personal life outside of your job?
Honestly, not hugely.
Does that bother you?
Sometimes. I enjoy what I do, and I enjoy what this place can be for others. But I do hope
So,
now that I have
like-
help that I'm trying to expand myself somewhat. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hi there.
Can I get the strongest thing you have on tap for both me and this lady here?
Yo, this guy fucks. I like this guy a lot. I think I've like chatted with you a few times.
Okay.
He's also got like the sickest double voice going on. It's awesome.
Are you imitating a slime? This is quite racist, sir. Okay, well, you don't want the spiced wine, so I won't give you any of that, but...
No, just plug me. She said she has like a bunch of different varietals. It's fine. He's plugging me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
What about now? Can you still hear yourself say?
Haven't the slightest.
Yeah, but you're also like clipping kind of hard, but it's fine.
What do you want?
I can still understand you.
I'm fine, darling. You don't need to get me anything.
Alright.
Oh wait, don't dirty the cup. Don't dirty it. Just pour. Oh, okay. Alright, never mind. It's fine. You could have just.
Vino
poured it
would be
into
quite
your
upset
finished
with me if
thing.
I poured it into one of the mugs.
It's not hard.
If you want to pour it in there,
mean,
that is
look,
your
I'm
own
not-
prerogative.
Well, I mean, like, I'm not like a wiener or anything, but like, you know, it's like I'm just trying to get fucked up. I'll be real.
Fair enough.
Getting fucked up is the best idea for tonight, and he's just going to pour like a bunch of fluorine on your table. So, yeah.
Thank you. Here. If you'd like to observe it.
Oh, these are like weighty. These kind of remind me of like a €1 coin or some shit like that. That's pretty crazy.
Well, they are the elven currency. They're not quite what most people behave with.
This is a tailor. This is the
Is
more
this more or
common
less?
currency here. It's equivalent.
It's okay. I was told the other day that it was okay that I played with
Oh, I don't
fluoride
mind.
and fluorine here. Okay.
I'll figure it
Just
out.
making sure.
Yes, 2 of those is one of these, and 5 of those is one of that.
Got a lot of stone around the area as well, so you know.
I have a penny. That's
See
worthless.
this? Yes.
I don't know what a tarp is.
Wait, can I ask you another question then?
Go for it.
Dude, can you slimes like drink?
Sure. Let's do this. Where'd you come from?
That's really fucking funny though.
Cards back up.
Not in a minute. I'm gonna.
Cheers.
Cheers. So now I have another question then.
Yes, many of you do when we do that. Go on.
Well, I don't care that you do it or anything. It's more just like if you're giving yourself the mouth, like,
Yes?
well, how do I phrase it? So like you're already like you're emulating like humanoid dress and stuff like that, and like hair patterns and everything, and even like eyes, I'm assuming. So like
Yes.
like if you just do that, then why bother go through the process of like emulating human clothes?
I can certainly drink through my mouth, and usually I do.
But
I needn't do so. We mimic.
like there's gotta be like a point for the mimicking, right?
Instinct? We come back to this, I'm afraid.
Right. So like I took a couple of years of like anthropology courses in university, and I was like thinking about doing my master's in it, but I kind of decided against it because like I got a job with Vice. But there's this like one course I took that was like about social mores, and like I feel like, and this is just like a first glance thing, so I don't know how true this is, but like I feel like a lot of like the slime instincts are just kind of like well built up social mores. But also I don't really know anything about your culture besides what you've just told me, so like I don't really know how true all that is.
Well, given that we tend to live alone of our kind, amongst others, most of my habits are built up based on she who I mimic. It's not one person alone.
That you're mimicking?
A friend. I have taken her ears, for example.
When did she like pass away? I'm assuming she died, right?
No.
Oh, she didn't. Okay, all right. That was like my reporter instincts kind of failing me there. Like, see,
it's quite all right.
Instincts they're not real. This shit is like really fucking good, and also like really, really stiff. Okay. Sorry.
Quite all right.
But yeah, they didn't pass away. So like, where are they now?
She is traveling. I don't know exactly where she is today.
I won't.
But
I won't like pry too much on that. Like you don't have to. That's yeah. I can imagine that's like kind of.
Do you yet know what snow elves are?
Seems. No. What are those?
They're sometimes called cursed elves.
So is that like a euphemism, or is that like an actual? Is it like an actual curse?
I suppose it's not inaccurate to say they're cursed. They suffer an affliction that kills them, usually by the time they are of 30 years.
Oh. That's like fucked. Wow. There's like no cure for it or anything? I'm assuming there's like no cure.
Not that any of ours know.
Damn. That's crazy. I know we got like one elf that works with us, so I'll probably like ask him about it. Maybe he knows. Yeah. Was like the person that you're talking about, were they like a snow elf?
She is.
Oh. How long ago? When was the last time you saw him?
In person? 4 years ago.
How old were they?
25 or 26.
Sienna?
Yes.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Are you available right now?
I can be.
This is really important.
Okay. I'll come along. Apologies.
I want you to do your thing, but if you would like it to do it upstairs, that's fine. But also, Lotea has. We're already inside Lotea's house upstairs. If you want to come over there.
I'll be over in just a moment.
Okay. I'll keep the door open for you.
We're being hunted down.
Good luck with like whatever it is that you're dealing with. That sounds fucked up. Also, sorry about your friend. That's like really. I don't know. I don't have anything that relates to that, but like, well, actually, no. I had a friend that died once of a heroin overdose. That was pretty fucked up, but that's like way different.
She is living out as much of her story as she has left.
Yeah. Damn.
I do not have any employees.
Most people can't hear us right now. Hello.
Hello. I apologize if I'm intruding. Could I ask a favor?
Of course, darling. What is it?
I don't mind if you all remain, but I'm going to depart. Can you just keep an eye on the place in case someone wanders in and tries to take things? You needn't try to stop them, just let me know who it was.
Very well then, darling.
Thank you ever so much.
I'll be gone quite soon.
Take your time.
What the fuck is... I'm gonna fucking drop kick you.
Come on.
Stuff.
They're upstairs.
We already knew that slimes could transition from a non-sentient state to a sentient state.
She's here.
Sienna, thank you for coming.
Okay.
Listen. This is a very, very sensitive situation, and I am very sorry to pull you into it in this instance, but frankly, I'm out of options to try and explain it. If you could help, I would very, very much appreciate it.
Tell me what you need.
I just don't know what's happening. Here's what we know so far, or what we think we know at the very least. Dr. Ashiro here came into contact with what we assume to be what we've been told, and I apologize if this isn't the correct terminology, but a wild slime. Something that hadn't attained sentience as of yet.
Based on our DNA tests, it's some sort of slime mold. Like spores.
Slime mold. And that's the thing is...
It's a thing we've seen before, but it doesn't do this.
Unless I were to take a sample from one of your kind and run this and see if it's similar, I wouldn't know for sure, but we're running off the assumption that it's similar to that makeup.
At the very
it's similar
least,
to something called a
Mr.
slime
Finks
mold
has
in our
smelled
world.
it, and it smells really similar to him.
That's not meaningful to me.
Yeah, I know, but just letting you know, at the very least. But, it's been, like, getting worse ever since she got here, essentially.
Over the period of about 5 to
And-
6 weeks, it's been getting progressively worse, yes.
And
At first, it
it's
was
like-
just... Sorry, I'm talking over you, Mayor. Go ahead.
No, yeah. It's fine. It's like gathering nerves, feelings inside her. Like and it's pulling all of her blood into her arms, and it's slowly been going up one side and then the other side, and I've never heard anything like this happening before with the slimes of the thing. And I tried asking Rashida, and she said that it felt familiar to her, but she didn't know anything about it. And so
All that
I
we've
was
been
hoping that
told
maybe you would have something.
is that slimes will mimic somebody who is significant to them in their lives.
Yes.
And the running theory right now is that maybe there was a wild slime that somehow got into her system and it's adapting or trying to mimic, but this recruiting blood vessels and the basically the parts of our body that moves oxygen, and the nerves being the components that allow us to feel, to have sensation. It was recruiting those things. It was building those pathways in the arms. We think that it was trying to do that for some purpose, but now it's altering her physiology. Now it's causing this webbing to form between her fingers. And have you heard of anything like this happening before? Is there any precedent for it?
There's a GM right behind you, by the way.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. I don't have any idea about.
So, so Sienna, being near Dr. Shiro and being a slime, you don't feel connected or repulsed by Dr. Shiro. But there is a familiar sense, something that's familiar to being around other slimes, but still unfamiliar.
Okay. So I don't feel the repulsion that I normally would?
You do not.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. No, you have something?
No, not really.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I've never seen anything
I
quite
was wondering.
like this.
Oh.
Go
on.
on.
Oh no, that's what I was scared of. I was wondering if have you? This is something that I've been scared to mention, but Moose and I seem to have thought of the exact same idea at the exact same time. Because of what Rosita was saying last week, we asked her at the night last week. Have you heard any stories of how queens are made?
No.
I'm sorry.
We're spawned from
What?
queens.
Oh, that's.
I don't have a
that's
parent, I
something
have a
that
queen.
I knew. I
And to
see.
my knowledge, I don't think anybody knows how the queens come into existence.
I've heard plenty of random supposition, but I have no reason to believe any of it over the arrest. It's
Okay.
possible. Maybe.
What
I am
are
guessing.
characteristics of these queens?
They are. They're more similar to us. They have sentience, but I was separated from mine very, very rapidly. I don't remember much. They're greater of our kin. They often reside in a single location, and from there slimes emerge. I don't know why.
Okay. Are there any around here?
Not that I know of, but we're antisocial. So I don't go seeking them.
See. Okay.
What kind of locations would they be in?
It's not infrequent to find them in caves, but I have heard of them being in homes. I don't know whether they took over the home or at the home or whatever. I don't. The only queen that I would ever even remotely try to engage with is almost certainly my own. So I've not. This is beyond what I've sought out. But you don't feel correct for being a different slime. Now, maybe that's a yet thing. But when I say that we're antisocial, it's not a cultural thing. It's instinctive.
That sensation that you were mentioning earlier?
Like I was being watched. Like something being behind me all the time. It's been happening most of the week. I thought it was just stress, paranoia. Kind of freaked out about all of this.
I don't know. If another slime were to come into town, I would know whether they were of my queen or not.
Hmm.
If they were not, I would not choose to engage with them.
Oh. Really?
Generally, yes.
Huh.
The closer that the queens
So
are,
you...
the more likely it is.
I see.
Roshida
and what
and
do
I...
you feel
Sorry, go on.
with Dr. Oshiro, then? Is there anything at all?
It's not the way... I'm not repelled. But nor am I attracted. We're not attracted to others from the same... Roshida, the other slime that works at the cafe, she is of the same queen.
See.
We don't have relatives in the same way that you all do. But were we to, we are very closely related, I suppose. Thus, the instinct is not as substantial. I am not opposed to her presence. But Laru, who runs the newspaper here, it is unlikely she and I would ever become close confidants.
Because different queens.
It's uncomfortable.
And not a close connection.
She is not as far as she could be. I don't mind speaking to her, but it feels strange here
Degrees of
to
separation.
consider. Do you feel anything in your center?
In my center? Like, in my heart? Or what do you mean in my center?
I have a core. It sits just about there. I keep it generally behind the
my
coloration.
Heart's beating pretty fast, but I mean, if there's something else inside me, like what is a core like? Is it solid? Is it?
It's, well, am I solid? Yes, it's solid.
Okay.
As well as much as
If
it needs
I try to requisition medical equipment from the United Nations, they're gonna know something's up. Anything big, anything that could really, truly answer this, like an X-ray or something like that. But an ultrasound, maybe I could slip that through. They use that for kidney stones.
But it sounds useful.
It's a way to visualize inside the body. It's not the best way because it's
not a bad idea.
not going to give a very clear picture, but if we could see maybe if there's something going along around the heart, maybe. I mean, ideally I'd want an echo, but I'm sure as hell not getting an echocardiogram out here.
That if you consider a heart the center of her, it might be a brain.
Might be the brain as well, yeah. Depends on what you consider to be the center, I guess.
Yeah. Were you to rip out my core, I die.
Well, there's a lot of things you could rip out of a human and they'd die. So.
Yes, but this is where I
understand.
I don't want to be rude, Sienna, and feel free to say no, because I know this is a really, really personal thing that I'm going to ask you of. But I was already going to ask you this even if this webbing thing hadn't been happening. I was wondering if you would be comfortable with parting with a small bit of yourself for them to test? To see if...
Does anyone have a knife?
I've got a medical kit and a scalpel. Are you... I don't need much.
Take what you need.
Tiny bit.
Thank you.
If you need more,
Thank you,
it's fine.
Sienna.
We heal. You heal too, but differently. I'm fine.
Thank you. Really.
Mm.
I know it's a big ask.
It's fine. I'm happy to help.
We'll figure this out, okay? I need to run those tests.
Mm.
Which means I need a sample from you as well.
Yeah. I'll check through some journals from when I was much younger. See if I wrote anything down that I've forgotten. But like I said, I was away from slimes even faster than many.
I
Blood sample, how to do
appreciate
it.
you just even helping. This is... I really do appreciate it. I can assure you, by the way, that they don't mean it. They are very... These are good people.
Shut that up.
And I don't want to be too forward with, talking on your behalf, Sienna, but I also want to tell you two the same thing, that you guys... She is easily one of the best members of the town and is a very trustworthy person.
Whatever you need.
Thank
if you're
you,
unwell
Sienna.
and need
Thank you.
accommodation or food and rest. Anything.
I don't think I've properly... Koval.
Sienna. It's a pleasure.
Pleasure.
You've been in my house. I probably should have introduced myself.
Well, it's been a very busy number of weeks.
I suppose so.
For the both of us, by the sounds. Okay.
I'll get to the bottom of this, okay? Now?
Thanks.
We need to run this back to the base and run some tests. In the meantime, Ashro, here. A whole thing of gauze. And some scissors. Probably a little bit of medical tape for you as well. You can wrap those.
Okay.
Anybody asks, Burns.
Thank you, good doctor.
You were helping out at the tavern or something, and you got your hands a little too close to the flame.
Thank you again.
Considering how it looks, that might not.
My name is Nastasia
I
Yan.
could actually,
Nastasia.
Dr. Yan for short.
Dr. Yang.
And all that.
Anastasia.
Yes.
In case anybody sees
Yes.
us, or the band.
Nastasia, yeah. Understood. A pleasure.
Pleasure is mine.
Okay. The webbing is the
I'll walk
trouble.
you out.
Gloves would be sufficient,
I
but
will not let you die. Hear me?
Yeah, bandaging.
I
That'll
hope I'm not about to
hide
die.
it sufficiently enough for now.
I don't personally think you are, but that's just me.
The webbing's strange, though. If it was adapting to her body,
Maybe I'm
why
just being a hopeful thinker, but I don't think she is.
webbing? Checked for a
Unless
history of
she-
swimming, of any sort of significant water exposure. That's the only thing I could think of that would correlate to it.
Are you ready
But-
to bandage this?
We don't do well with water.
Maybe I just don't know what I'm gonna do about my fingers.
Really?
I mean, short of...
Were I to jump into a lake, I would dissolve.
I don't think that's wise, honestly.
Not immediately, but it
Mm.
We absorb fluid too much. Being outside in a rainstorm is
Fighters sometimes do that.
not generally dangerous, but is uncomfortable.
Something like that.
That's weird then. Then why would it change her body to be better adapted to a watery environment or swimming then? Maybe
People do something similar that way. It stops like
facilitate the host so that it can protect
And
the...
this stuff will be bandaged that way. Yeah, I know how to do. How to hide.
Perhaps something about what's wrong.
It doesn't make any
with
sense.
I've never known anyone to come in contact with a wild slime. Not in this way. I mean, they exist, certainly, but...
Of course. That's the strangest thing, is that it's not, trying to form on its own. It's facilitating her own body. It's changing her body rather than trying to escape or trying to form its own biomass. It's just integrating. At the smallest level.
And the next part might be a bit.
When I take on a shape, I can do so intentionally. I can, with focus, change the shape of my hair, or
Not too tight.
the relative size of my limbs, or color, to a lesser extent. Color is much harder. I tend to very rarely try to change it at all. But
This part actually between the thumb and the
there are
pointer.
inherent changes. My ears were not intentional.
Yes, we will then.
I see. Was that where I heard the
Here, like that.
person you were close to bit coming into play?
Yes. Though for me, I didn't have them for some time.
Right, it should be bandaged.
It was after I took on a similar purpose.
This can be hidden by your jacket.
I see.
But we can bandage it.
Purpose, maybe.
Right, other hand.
It can be emotion as well in some cases, I suppose. If I get angry, my eyes turn red.
Really?
Pinkish.
Come on, please.
They're not like crimson. Not like you see sometimes. I don't know if any of you have red eyes. It's not important. But
An easy part.
As much as our media would depict it, generally no. Actually, there's a few cases where that might be the case. Sufficiently, normally, but
Noticed he was like
it's exceedingly rare.
Yeah.
Sergeant Major?
Yes, yeah. Odd color.
Well, that is
Heard of
quite
people
interesting.
having yellow eyes.
Just to give them some time.
Anything.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
No,
Bella's
nothing out of
missing.
the ordinary.
Kobo, there you are.
Good evening.
Oh, hey, Major.
I haven't heard anything
Oh.
today.
No, I didn't
What's
hear
going on?
anything, no.
You alright?
I wish I could. I wish I were better.
Oh, I should close that.
Miss Martinez.
Sienna, if you need to go, please feel free.
if I can be of any assistance.
Came in and out of the
No.
town in the morning. That's what I need to find
I
out. If I
have not been
any
of very
sign
much help, I'm
of
afraid.
tracks,
If I think of anything, I'll
No, you're
certainly
being
find it.
plenty.
bounties don't mean much. Bounty hunters are plenty. and
Plenty.
any
Thank
sort.
you.
Did you both just come out of Flota's shop?
Yes.
They would have to have known.
Oh, is she in there?
Everything all right?
She is not.
I see.
She offered her shop because there was a bit of an emergency.
I wasn't there at the start. The mayor's in there with some others. They're finishing up.
Oh, there is a large group of individuals who are
Sorry.
scouring the town looking for the mayor.
Oh.
Come on.
Who? Let me deal with this issue first.
They're over there.
Oh.
Makolo was able to give blood to his flight sir.
You're not supposed to be out this late!
I would suspect because he is
And that's
the
actually
tribe
does. What are you
is his tribe. They all
I
share
got you.
common blood.
There you go.
Hold on, Jennifer,
Hey, walk over here. Jennifer, get right back. Back here. Your father will worry. Never.
And the other one extracted his blood. Even though he's
That's why I didn't want to carry him.
Okay, let's get you back. Come on, easy, little guy.
He's got EG, the
Is
same
everything
G.
all right?
Oh, wait, we going back to the base now?
I'm in pain, but I found a friend. Yay!
Oi, where are we taking him? Come on, hurry up, bro. It's family. Go and be with him in a time of need.
mentality ran deep.
Okay, fine. All right.
I can't believe
I'm
it.
told.
Family.
Pardon the intrusion. I'm told some people are looking for the mayor. Is this the case? Is this you?
Sure, yes.
This is the case. He is, and
That would be me,
yes.
I can bring you to where you can wait for her, if you'd like.
Perfect. I'll take you up on that. Thank you.
I'm sure I'll find something to get into and talk to until you're returned.
Excuse me.
Alright, enough. Moving on.
Excuse me,
Make up for the life you took earlier. Come on.
sir.
At least
I don't know your name. I'm
Sorry,
afraid.
you were saying.
What about
He tried to scratch my arm off.
Are you looking for the mayor?
It's fine. I fixed it. Anyways.
Yeah.
Wait around here.
Well, a lot of people were.
Yes, apparently. She is occupied with some business inside the tea shop, but if you wait here, I'm sure she'll be out soon.
Right,
If you don't
in that
want
case,
to
then
wait,
I'll
then...
do a quick run and I'll run back again.
Okay.
Someone else was looking for them. I'm looking to pass on the message if they're still
got it.
around.
Understood.
So,
Yes.
Right.
Snuck out the back.
Thank you.
Back wall and around.
Yes. Sorry I can't be of more assistance. If you need anything or wish to leave a message or whatever, I can try to take one for you.
Passed with me in confidence.
I need to know if it's anything I could help with. If there's some lead to who took her, I need some.
Capture some
Right.
photos, write up some information about it, cover it, send it back to my folks.
I'm kind of built for the cold, honestly. Oh, you're like a little competition.
A lot better than over the day. Still carrying the radio that was supposed to talk with the mayor about, but she has been very, very unavailable in that sense. So
The mayor is currently
Greetings,
occupied on business in the tea shop. If you go over there and wait for her, I'm sure she'll be out at some point.
wow, that has been a long conversation. But okay, no, I'll wait for her in that sense. In the end, this is more for I feel like for the entire town be important. But I'll keep an eye out for that. Thank you, dear.
Understood.
Was Sienna, was it? I apologize
Sienna,
if I
yes.
got your name wrong. Wonderful. I do hear that you were manning the tavern specifically?
Yes. I own the establishment.
Wonderful. Then I'll be definitely might be becoming a good customer of yours. I do love myself all different kinds of ales. So perhaps in the future I might inquire a little bit of a palate with what you have.
I see. Well, I'm not sure how open we'll be tonight. I have several more errands that I need to run, and I am the only one around right now.
sorry to
But
hear.
it is possible that we will be open when I get back, which hopefully shouldn't be for too terribly long. However, yes.
Well,
I'm sure I'll be open
do
before
hope
the
if
end
it
of the night.
happens, go for it.
I'll leave you to
Of
it.
course, dear. You enjoy yourself and stay safe.
Where have they all gone to?
Hello there.
Hello. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just coming back to town to see if anyone was there.
There's some people around. Unfortunately, the tavern is closed right this moment, though if I can't find who I'm looking for in relatively short order, then I will be returning. So.
Well. Take your time. Also, I believe me and you have never really talked before. You're always welcome to the shrine if you would like a little bit of a break.
Perhaps at some point. I find that time often evades me, but if I find that I have some moments spare.
Oh, no, thank you. I'll look in town. I thought about going down to, well, actually up to the UN base to see who was around there, but... No, I don't mean to keep you. Please.
No. Enjoy your night, and perhaps I'll see you later.
I will do my best.
I would rather like to find, well, for example, I wouldn't mind finding Latea, but I wouldn't mind finding Mucifix or Harry especially. I find that the situation wherein I have not spoken to her is problematic.
Pardon me.
Alas, none who I desire words with. Oh well. Or the light fails me entirely. Get back. I saw movement up there for a moment.
golden something. I always forget.
Golden Fang or something like that?
Yeah, golden fang. I think. Yeah. They seem to be maybe guarding her.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you looking for someone?
Just going back home.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So what can we?
They were doing something over this building over here. I hate to be a pain in the ass, but is the bar open?
I am just coming back now.
I haven't said, but
Hey,
He told you.
There was
sorry.
a small slime girl looking for you. It sounded urgent.
Laru?
I mistakenly told her.
She ran off into
Yeah,
the woods.
Laru.
and
Yeah, I mistakenly thought that you were back at the.
She ran off into the woods.
I told her that you were heading back to the
What?
base, so that's along that path.
Ill-advised.
Oh, yes, ill-advised indeed.
Thank you very much.
Alcohol.
Yeah, no, she won't go.
Yeah, alcohol.
Perhaps I should not have had that wine earlier. What can I get for you?
I'll just have a beer.
Okay.
Sienna, have you
Did
seen
that conversation what?
Who?
Miko.
I have not. There are several people who are not in. Well, I have not seen, and I assume are probably in the same place. Unfortunately, I haven't seen her in several hours.
All right, thank you.
So did that conversation go well? It sounded pretty serious.
It was not as productive as it might have been, to be sure.
So it didn't go anywhere?
Not exactly. I am less informed about a situation than they had hoped that I might be. That's all.
Oh, that sucks. Can I ask you a question?
Go for it.
If you had the opportunity to take a break and to finally stop running this place, what would you do?
I have never had a time when I wasn't free to leave. Yet I remain.
But that doesn't answer the question.
Is the question, if I were forced to leave for some time, what would I do?
Not forced, but you just finally had a minute.
This is still based on the presumption that I am busy, not by choice.
Well, let me rephrase. What if you chose to be not here for a day? Or take a vacation or something?
Were I to go on a vacation, I would seek out my friend.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
It would take me away from here for a long time, and through lands that are not easy to travel right now.
But how much longer does your friend have to live?
He has not yet taken a new name. Can I help you?
Okay.
Am I interrupting?
It's fine.
Hey.
What would you like?
May I get 3 of your mead? Yeah.
3
I had
meads.
some of your mead before, and it was delicious.
Understood.
Tasty. I don't know if you say delicious.
Delicious is perfectly fine.
It is delicious.
You have to worry about the euphemisms you say, or else they'll get really mad or whatever, according to the veterinarian.
We have a veterinarian? Oh, you have a veterinarian.
I had a veterinarian.
I was going to say, how many horses does one need in this town if you should have one?
Which veterinarian?
There are 2, and I will fetch a third and can walk with you.
The one carrying the wyvern egg.
King?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Cheers
Hey.
to both of you.
You've gained a free
Cheers.
Thank you. What do I owe you?
Are you paying in Taylor? Or are you...
Mm-hmm.
Understood.
I had some exchange.
Then 12 for it. All told.
All right.
I'm just making that up. I don't have the thing open.
I'm still getting used to the monetary system, but there's 20.
I can make change for that if you'd like.
No, you keep it.
Well, thank you very much.
I'm pretty sure I've had a couple of drinks on the house.
It happens from time to time.
We can put it on my tab if you like.
I was going to say, I'm probably sure there's plenty of people who'd be willing to buy you a drink.
Well, beat them to it.
Even though the cafe is
Whatever
closed,
that
is
noise
the
was,
balcony
cheers.
upstairs still open?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Do the noise.
Thank you.
You look like you're having a
You should think
moment.
about going on that trip.
Thank you for the drink, Nadia.
Of course.
She would be rather
Balcony
disappointed in me
upstairs
if I
is
did.
still open if you'd like to sit there.
Oh, is it open?
Why?
All right.
Because I have things here that I need to stay for.
Are there things that you want to stay for, or things that you feel obligated to stay for?
Can't these be the same thing? I choose to stay.
I
want to
guess.
stay. Thus, I feel I am
Alright.
obligated to stay. But that's just morals. It's not complicated.
Morals can't be wrong, you know?
I'm sure they can. But, to answer your question, should invest in lighter weight chairs.
Phosphorus burn marks might be on the landscape. I don't know if that's something you knew about.
Or not really. To continue to answer. In the months before the condition takes them, they choose a new name. In my last missive from her, she had not yet done so.
Sounds good. You two look great, by the way. Just saying.
Well, what if you get the letter and she's chosen her name and you decide to go and then she's just gone before you find her?
She knows she always has a place here, should she wish it. If I leave, I run the risk of traveling many hundreds of miles, only to reach a place where she's no longer. I could chase her this way.
Okay, that's fair.
But
she's probably making better ground.
She is several years of practice ahead of me. I have only traveled on the road from the city to here.
Hmm. I'm surprised at how empty it is in here. It's crazy.
There is something afoot, but I don't know what. Perhaps it's simply a party.
Probably me.
And I was not invited.
Oh, that would suck. I fucking hate not getting invited to parties. I get like the worst FOMO.
I don't mind. I have my tavern.
Yeah, you own the whole fucking bar.
Indeed.
What was the worst night of this bar you've ever had? Just like being here. I'm assuming it had to have been a night where it was just like you working here, right?
A fight that got out of hand. It was a couple years ago now. I didn't even know their names. But two men decided they wanted to take up arms against each other. I think it might have been a lover's quarrel, but I'm not sure. One drew a knife, the other drew a sword. They have graves out in the woods.
Did you bury them yourself?
I did not. I was fortunate to have a friend in town who frequented the place and assisted me.
Hmm.
I suspect that's not quite the answer to the question you were looking for.
Well, I mean, I assumed it was, but now it sounds like there's more to it.
This is the entirety of the story. I mean, I can give you more gruesome details, but I see no purpose.
Yeah, no, you don't have to go. I've heard of enough bar fights.
I don't tolerate fighting here anymore.
That's fair enough. I don't think I would either. I had a friend of mine who they got in a bar fight, and apparently, like they like used a pool cue on somebody. And do you know what pool is?
As in a pool of water?
No, so it's kind of like this big table, right? And like two players get these sticks, and they have to knock these balls into these pockets. And you know, the sticks are pretty big and heavy. They're kind of like, you know, like a staff almost. And you know, they broke one of them in half and like, you know, beat the shit out of somebody with it, but not before getting a
a chopstick in the hand. Do you know what chopsticks are?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, then yeah, you can kind of yeah.
If a word translates, we probably have an understanding of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Though I suppose if you weren't told whether a word translates or not, and instead were just told a word. Never mind, don't listen to me. I assume that's not actually true.
I mean, I said to Rashida the other day that the world is like literally on fire because like, you know, climate change is a big problem where we're from, and apparently that made Rashida really upset. She thought it was like literally on fire. But the funniest part is like I'm not even like being totally hyperbolic when I say that, because it's just like there's tons of fires everywhere because of how hot it gets sometimes.
I see. I mean, we have forest fires and the like, but our world is not too hot to... It seems an unpleasant world for slimes, perhaps.
It's like an unpleasant world for everybody.
Do you find ours better?
Nah. Not really. It's just, I don't know.
Things are...
I think this is just another place with people in it.
Things are often bad everywhere. Who are you?
It's the realest shit I've ever heard. Who am I what?
There was someone came in looking for someone and didn't find them and left before I could call out to them. But, yes. Everyone thinks that their someplace is better. That their something is better. It rarely is. Until you dispense with that notion, you'll never actually build something new.
Not saying your bar sucks. I mean, like, you know, just like, you know, there's bad shit everywhere, you know.
I like to think that
I hate using a chamber pot. I'm sorry. I'm not used to it, and it's really fucked up. It's really gross.
This is an advantage of being a slime. Margarita?
I bet.
What am I carrying, my dear mayor? The fucking radio we wanted to set up.
This keeps happening.
Wonderful. Do you mind if I,
You are quite literally the bartender. I'm not surprised that it keeps happening.
One would think that they might ask me where they are. Theoretically, I tend to be reasonably well informed in this town.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're the bartender. Of course you'd be well informed.
In some ways, at least. In many, not nearly as much as I'd like.
That's also the realest shit I've ever heard. Can I do another? I don't have any, like, taller on me, though. Dollars, taller.
You're with yuan, yes?
Yeah.
Is the idea that you will eventually be paid in our currency?
Well...
We'll sort it out.
I'll cover the next one for
Okay, how about this? How about this? Okay. What's like the hardest part of this job in terms of like, I don't mean like, oh, the people or like the blah blah blah, like you know, the kind of like social moray stuff. I mean like the, oh, these glasses suck, they keep breaking, or like I wish I had this thing or whatever.
People keep taking our things from the cafe, which is unhelpful.
Okay, well, you can't fix that. That'll always happen. But like something else. You know what I mean?
You should serve more pies. That way you don't need to give them a plate.
Right.
He like doesn't have a bad idea.
I suppose. Good evening. Who are you looking for?
I'm trying to think.
Me?
Yeah.
No one. Was actually looking for food if possible.
Certainly.
I've been like hogging this like whole front counter to myself. Sorry.
And I came to see if you had everything under control here, but it looks like there's not a very active night.
Oh, I found
It's well.
And like that, I feel myself being stolen away once again.
By a pretty girl. Is that a problem?
I will try to return her later.
That's quite alright.
What?
I'm just giving you a hard time, Miko.
I'm lost.
So am I. I'm gonna leave before she decides to elaborate on what she meant by that.
I wasn't planning to.
I don't even think they know what it means to be gay. I think it's just like something that they think happens to other people.
Me?
What was it?
No, the other two.
Oh.
You like pointed it out, you know, and they're clueless. They're
Well, yes.
absolutely clueless. Yeah.
I don't actually think anything of it. It was just a joke.
Or maybe that's just not their preference.
What would you like for food?
Don't judge.
I can get you some fish if you'd like. Or
Anything, literally. I
bread
haven't
and cheeses
had a
and meat.
chance to eat
So.
it all today.
Here, let me just for a moment.
But what if I drown?
You're definitely showing
If I
some swag.
drown.
Honestly, I was just gonna like fucking pilfer something from the UN base. It's
Oh.
not like they care.
Okay.
Good that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably will.
I can get you something else if you'd rather.
Oh.
But I figured
No,
that's what
it's
I
fine.
have that's
If
warm
there's
right off the
anything I
bat.
can do to help in return.
Don't
Smells
worry about
delicious,
it. We're
thank
still
you.
working out the details of the payment exchange with the UN, and I keep track of things, and it's fine.
Here's some taller gift from the guy over there. Hey.
Hello. How can I help you?
Hi, you're the writer slime.
Just here for
right?
a wine, savory wine.
Savory wine.
I need to go out on a trail, and well, I might need a drink just in case if things happen tonight.
All
No, you
right.
just change colors.
Things happen tonight, he says.
I did.
I need a bottle of wine.
Stay right there.
I can go on a romantic
Stay right
walk
there.
through the
Oh.
No, it's. I wish it was that nice.
Are you looking for the bottle?
Could be.
No, I just want a drink. No, I don't. I don't need the whole bottle. I don't have enough of a whole bottle. No.
Well, there you are. I would appreciate it if that does make its way back.
I'll find my way.
Let me
It
just
will find
fill
its
my
way
drink
back.
and then I'll.
Thank you.
Yeah. Where do you want me to go?
I'm just going to be drinking along here.
You're fine.
Okay. All right.
Right.
I'll get another drink. You can just reuse this cup. It's fine. I don't feel like making you do another thing of dishes here.
I think I already
steal from the
filled this.
What are they not gonna care about?
Aren't you from there?
I will trade cereal for drinks.
I mean,
Anyway, give me a minute.
seriously?
Yeah, cereal's
Are
great.
you like in college or something?
Right.
It's basically the best food for slimes that I've ever had.
Oh,
It's
hey,
great.
I've not actually
It's good
seen
stuff.
this place yet.
So you are in college? Okay, yeah, I'll steal some cereal.
Yeah, no, seriously, I've only ever been
All right,
upstairs.
thanks.
How
what's your
have you-
name, by the way?
My name is Sienna. It's a pleasure.
Sienna. Hi, I'm Layla Rocksteady. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Layla.
Oh, this is where you were.
You are speaking under your breath. Go ahead.
How's it going?
Hi. What can I get for
I
you?
got you got an empty pitcher?
An empty pitcher.
Yeah.
I did get a salmon, although...
And there you
Appreciate
go.
it. Thank you very much.
So I was just like, well...
Right. So, sorry about this for bringing in alcohol that isn't yours, but I owe him, so.
All right.
Yeah.
Everyone's like,
Oh.
why would I target? Oh, all this happened. I'm like, where? I was around all day.
Ooh.
Does that seem fair? You have the bottle.
I didn't even hear what the fuck a wyvern happened.
Sure, like, you know, I mean, I'm pretty sure
Fine, here.
that's you. That's it.
To attack a wyvern.
Okay, yeah,
There you go, a little bit extra on top for
yeah,
you.
there you go, there you go, there you go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'll remember that you might owe me something on top of the little extra there. But I'm a man of honor, as I said. I pay back my debts.
No, it's all right. I mean, it's gonna be like the same thing.
You
as
are
what
still
Cesaro
speaking
did.
very quietly, I'm afraid.
What did she want?
I'll be back.
Ah, right. Fair enough. See, I've been having a slow day. And, well, to be fair, she knows how good the food over at the...
Look, when I was with Mr. Terp back at the base, I was teaching him all about how to be a good Riz person. Apparently, our son
evening.
has
anyone need
what do
anything?
you call
Don't
this?
call
Has a
him our
crush on
son.
somebody.
Does anyone need anything?
Well, you're in this situation right now, and you're gonna have to play along.
Do either of you need
If we're
anything?
gonna
He's-
play along,
Tend to, you know, stay away.
He's in love, Miss Margarita, and I can't believe your mother.
I think they're quite occupied.
That's perfectly all right.
In the wilderness with the egg. That's all I.
With the person he's always been around. I don't know.
You know the what's it, Martinez?
Yeah.
I was asking me advice on how to Riz a
I am a studier of death, not
Absolutely
That would be
massive.
me.
I do funerals.
And I'm gonna teach him how to play Uno right now.
You know what they say, mother knows
Sienna.
best.
So.
Sienna.
Yes?
What kind of drinks do you have?
You
Sienna?
prepare the bodies.
We have, as usual, ale, mead, beer, wine, spiced wine, a few other odds and ends, but
I am the one that.
How many Derek for an ale?
To whatever is next,
uh,
so others don't have to.
100.
Trade. An honorable profession.
Oh, well, that's quite cheap. Excellent.
I figure may as well.
You are.
People should have a good night.
Anyway, as long as you're happy that you've been paid off there, I got someone else I have to make a social call to before,
Okay, all right.
I gotta get on
Also-
business.
Excuse me?
Yeah. Also, if you find that you are running low on your supply, I've supplied before previously. If you need it, I'm
I
just letting
appreciate
you
it. It's a
know.
good drink.
Exactly.
Well, thank you.
Yes, and Sashara didn't seem to
Excuse me?
complain. So yeah.
You can play it on top of any card. You don't have to match it with anything. And this allows you to pick what color you want to be played next. So you play this.
What?
Damn. Okay, all right, fair
What?
enough.
And it was like,
Oh, you found
because
your
you
own
know.
catfish.
Sienna,
Anyway.
trying to make this a daily
Madness
occurrence,
next.
but
Okay, all right, sure, fair enough.
get some provisions for the road. I have to make another trip.
Doing that.
Oh,
Anyway.
know the cartographer.
damn.
I'm sorry not to make
Not a
this a
drink
daily
involved.
occurrence, but
Still got
That's
way
quite all right.
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 Onwards and upwards.
I'm talking like
All right.
it was like from
Good
here
night. All right.
to here.
Yeah, no, I on my second day here, I went like all across the forest and I saw this catfish that was this big. And it gave me a
thank you.
like the damn it all.
I might be gone again a few days, but
You know.
All right.
the town should hopefully be fine without me.
Come back alive.
You know.
That's the plan.
Tell him how big that fucking catfish was.
Oh yeah, it's like this big. It's like
I see.
this
I don't believe you. I still don't believe you.
It's like this.
Can I buy you a drink?
It was this. It was.
You're technically buying me.
Okay, Must you be like this?
I'm unfortunately exactly like this.
This big and this big, this wide. I don't know. You were saying how large it was.
My other drinking partner's disappeared, so I'd be more than happy for a new one.
Look, okay,
Indeed.
You know what, Tom, just give me a second. I'm just going to put that there.
Stolen away by an elf in red,
Yeah, I was fishing earlier.
and then
Didn't
scared
realize.
off.
In fact, you know what's here. See? Fish. Oh. Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, so,
Oh, that is a big fish.
God damn it.
Welcome back.
Like an idiot.
Yeah, I did slap Wolfgang a bit.
If you'd like a drink, I can get you one, but I'm about to step away from the bar for the night.
These are the different things I've seen.
Please, just... I don't need another drink, just, and he's going to pull out 10 tala and hand it over on the bar. You could refill this for me if you want, but that's for...
Okay.
Good to see
What
you, my
happened to our
friend.
mutual friend?
Here you are.
Hi. I had a talk with her, and I don't know. She said she had to go back to the base. Thank you so much.
Are you in line?
I am a researcher. This is what I tell everyone here.
If you want things, it's last call. I am trying to get away from the bar. What would you like?
Oh, just some bread, it's fine.
Okay.
No drinks.
Just the one Tyler.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just about to comment on bars and
Would you mind going upstairs with me?
I'm about to. Do me a favor.
I'm actually about to step away with the lovely
Give this letter
Naro.
Mana and Zilla.
If it's a brief conversation, otherwise, I am going to take him.
So they know what's going on. I have to go.
Oh, you're taking somebody?
I am taking him away because I've been trying to speak with him all day long and haven't been able to. And you know what? I own the place. I get to decide when I open and close the bar.
Hell yeah, let's go. Can I get a drink before you go?
What would you like?
I get the impression it's quite like
Just anything, just the closest thing that we can grab.
Alright.
No, not. Please take him away. Man, can I talk to you?
Someone was taken.
Retailer.
I'm going to go get
Is
them
it
back.
private?
Who was taken?
After me, but you'd probably like it.
Okay.
That's why the letter is in case.
Oh, well.
Be careful.
In the corner.
You know what? Best of luck.
Onwards and upwards. I'm running away from here before someone else asks me for a drink.
I feel like you have to. I don't think there's a choice. What's this? Oh wait, no. I know this is. You have meeting up here with everyone.
There are people up here.
Closed door. Did I lock you out of your own room?
There are people upstairs.
Oh. Huh. Okay. This is a busy place. So then, what are we talking about?
I was hoping you might be able to tell me about New Artesia.
What do you know, if anything?
Frankly, very little.
Artesia. The original Artesia is the collection of lands south of the river that belonged to my kin. When we were brought into the fold of the Empire, our lands were split up, taken from us, and divvied out to lords, duchess, and the like. New Artesia is our effort to reform those lands, to retake them. The Rabbitkin, the Circle Cities, and everything south of the river. Which raises the question of what do you know of Pewa?
I know that it's about as strong a rejection of the Oracle's teachings as one gets. But I'm not...
Not just the Oracles. North of here is entirely engulfed in war.
Indeed.
The Volitionists have declared their own emperor and are now fighting the Loyalists. My people, the Pewis, the Rabbitkin, and the kin who join us, have been striking northward. The Volitionists believe that the Empire can remain, but without the Oracle's teachings. But the Empire is completely dependent on the exploitation of the kin. Pewa believes in its removal, freedom for all, freedom of choice, freedom of self-governance, free will.
Under the new Artesian banner, of course. This is where I get lost. That's actually kind of the point.
I could not say with certainty what it would mean for Valis. But the Circle Cities operate independently. They define their own laws, they choose their own ways, they work. New Artesia is less of country and more of us, the people, the kin. We're united.
And when one of the cities is attacked, when the Empire decides to take back the land,
that is what this war is over right now.
yes.
Settling borders.
But what I mean to say is does each city fight alone?
No. That is the war host. Is all of the kin together, joined under a banner for war, be it in defense or in its current state. Well, ending the Empire, I suppose. But that's ambitious thinking.
Well, there's two of them now. You have your pick.
Apparently they've, it's been escalating.
Yes.
Even I don't know.
I don't think anyone does. I mistrust half of the information that makes it this far.
You should. For example, your papers wrote of the Rabbitkin raids on Wolfkin lands, but spoke nothing of the Wolfkins attacking Rabbitkin. of burning land as they fled, of just destroying everything in their retreat.
You needn't explain to me.
Spoke nothing of this.
While I have not been personally hunted by the Empire, I am not among those who are not.
Well, why do you ask? You seemed stunned the other week when we spoke.
I was trying to figure out if there was a way to start this conversation with Vina in the room.
I assume this is the one behind the bar who is quite keen on Oracle.
Indeed.
Yes, I could see how that would be awkward.
Yes, it was certainly a choice of you to make. That's what really got me, is I didn't have a response.
How was I to know? You were asking me. And from everything I had heard, everything that I had seen, the way you spoke to the outsiders, Major, the way you treat everyone when they come in, the choices you give them, I assumed.
Be direct. I'm asking questions of these things. Best not for me to presume.
I assumed you were.
I was just gonna. I'll be back. It's fine. I won't.
Looking for more drinks, I wager.
Likely. Or a room. She might need a room, damn it. Oh well, she'll be here in a few minutes, if that's the case. You believe that I'm someone who identifies in this way, I assume.
If not volitionist, something else. I do not assume Pewa, but
I have rarely found that there is a point in picking which particular label to apply, especially when I'm not particularly experienced on the nuances. I've been out here for a long time now.
Good evening, Sienna.
Hello, Latea.
Sienna, by chance, do we have any hot water still lying about?
No, but you can turn on the stove. Do you know how?
You might have to show me.
You turn this,
Hmm.
and then press and hold this button.
Mm-hmm.
And then the fire comes out. And I have absolutely no idea how. You just turn the dial back when you want it to turn away, or go away.
Thank you, Sienna.
You're quite welcome.
busy.
Always. But I've done it to myself.
You're a leader, unfortunately.
I'm not so sure about that, but I suppose that's a matter of perspective. I believe that there is very little hope for a meaningful rejoining of this town with the Empire. Rejoining, I mean, we weren't of them. So rejoining in that, falling into their good graces, and then they wish to claim us as territory while we are claimed by another, and it's a whole thing. As far as I can tell, nobody has actually owned Oratio properly since the battle, and I honestly couldn't give a fuck anyways. The point is
I'll be honest, even before the battle, this territory has always been...
Indeed.
But a lot claims.
It is a quiet place in which one can build a community. That's why I run a tavern and cafe. I want to have a place that my people are safe. And allying with the Empire will not do that. Allying with the Contons will not do that. And I'm not sure if allying with rabbits will do that. I recognize it's not rabbits, but I'm being deliberately absurd. Valis is a place between. And we are also becoming very close with those from the other world.
So I've noticed.
That which I showed Latea to use is their technology. We use it to heat things, cook. I've arranged supplies from them. For many, this makes me an enemy.
The obvious question. Why not turn to them with these questions?
Why not what?
Turn to them, the outsiders.
I have turned to them. You are not the first person I've spoken to about this. But at least some of the rabbits in town are doing things. And in candor, I was worried that I would be perceived as prying into those. I don't know what's going on. Perhaps it's this party that I wasn't invited to. But there is something. When I told Harry about this sort of thing, she ran off.
She does that a lot, though, to be fair.
That's not an answer, and he knows it. Fair. She's often busy with something. But there's something afoot, and I don't know what it is, and for the most part, that's fine. The moral of this...
Find she's keen to get to know the outsiders as well. Just excitable.
Fair enough. Well, in brief, it seems unlikely that there will be any formal commitment from the outsiders, at least not right now. They're willing to provide supplies, should that be necessary, for the winter. They have no interest in letting us starve.
Hi, Sienna.
Hello, Rashida. Hello, Maklo. Have a good night.
Oh, did you have a moment, or...
Certainly. What's up?
Maklo wanted to know if, he could possibly stay either downstairs or something, at least for the winter. I didn't know that he'd been staying out in the ruins.
You've been staying out in the ruins.
Can use. Maclo will.
Fetch him one of the keys for the inn. That's fine. You can stay as long as he needs.
That. Maclo thought he had to offer Maclo services. Like, good at stabbing.
We can talk about the particulars another time, but it's late and you need a bed because you're not sleeping out in the woods or in the ruins tonight. And that's the end of that.
Told you.
Well, that reminds me.
Also, Roshida, you're always welcome to bring in whoever you feel needs it.
Just wanted to make sure.
It's perfectly fine. I appreciate it.
It's better to.
But in case I'm not around because I've gotten involved and someone has stolen me away again, this is becoming a problem.
Yes, you are busy.
Good night, both of you.
Good night. Got the key.
Thank you, Maclo.
You're quite
We'll
welcome.
Be very grateful.
That reminds me. The fellow that got stabbed says he's offering to build materials for homes. I intend to be helping him.
I'm sorry, Miss.
Hi. What's
Sienna?
up?
Can I have a glass of wine?
Yes. We will have to talk more another time.
Don't you have employees?
I
thought
do.
you had
I
people
have
working for you.
9 of them. You are the only one who I found, so.
That's quite all right. It is their choice whether to be here or not. And if that isn't the point of the thing, then...
Could you give us actually just one more minute, and then I will...
I'll be down to get you a drink in just a moment.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, but I'm going. Okay.
60 seconds.
Oh. You need a more private location.
I have a more private location. It was in use. I could have taken you to my bedroom if you'd prefer.
I wouldn't have complained, but it's not the point. I cannot speak for the war host or New Artesia, what it will become. It's been a long time since the peoples have been united. But they aren't as far as you think. They are just north of the river. Very near. If we were to say you are getting supplies from the outsiders, perhaps deal could be brokered for protectors from the king.
We'll talk more.
I would see this place free. Just know that.
I'd see this place not burned to the ground again.
Oh.
People only go to fight for anything like, oh, we have something important happening. They go to fucking Varus and don't tell me anything. And Varus never has the time to fucking tell me things because they're all going to Varus.
I'm desperately sorry.
It's fascinating.
Thank you. No worries.
And that you told me was
Thank you again.
very much something that I should know.
Can I return this cup and at the morning?
That's fine.
I will be
Go
staying
ahead.
at.
I agree.
I think it is.
It's fine.
All right.
It is very inspiring.
I'm sure I'll be around.
Hello, everyone. Please bring your scene to a close and respawn.
Anyways,
Having
Oh,
all
dear.
this,
Let's go.
running this
On
entire
it.
thing by yourself.
Good night, everyone.
Takes courage. Takes a lot.
Good night.
And
Good night.
Good
Miss
night.
Sienna.
if you're ever, if you've ever got notes or anything that you need, you feel like you're about to burn, but you really don't want to.
Don't be mad, but I poured 3 beers and I left an IOU on the table. You were busy talking. I didn't want to interrupt.
We'll sort it out another time.
Imagine they probably can't get it behind the gates of the complex.
Cool. I normally don't have bartenders that are like this. Actually, no, that's a lie. I have a few bar friends and they just take me up all the time. It's kind of sweet. But I don't mean to look at you like that. That's not what I'm trying to imply here.
You will find it unpleasant should you do so.
Don't let those other people tell us what to do.
What would you do?
Let's just decide not to find out, don't we? Or what, can't we? Have a good night.
And I'm morbidly curious now, but good night. Oh, one last question for you.
I've had recently.
Why did you change colors?
I change colors for different reasons. One of the main reasons is if I'm speaking with someone and I'm feeling a closeness to them.
Here you go.
Thank
Thank you very much. Very good.
Kinship
Have a
or
good night.
friendship. Sometimes I reflect
Thank you.
them.
You as well.
But sometimes my color changes because of my mood. Today I was mostly sad because of story about my hometown. And it showed.
Yeah.